Oh boy. Hey, so Holly, it just occurred to me. Am I supposed to be reading the language from the COVID order thing?
Please don't.
Yeah, okay. I'd rather not.
So,
I thought that only happened if we were fully 100% Zoom, which we're obviously not.
You will have to do roll call, Mr. Chair, and we
Oh,
are.
no, that I can handle. I didn't have the cheat sheet for all the other stuff. So, okay. So are we live?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. I'm going to call this meeting to order. So welcome, everyone. This is a meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It's Tuesday, March 21st at 4:03. And present today, and I think that we have to do this via roll call because of because we have a couple of Zooming people. Abby Camp.
here.
Very good. Val Oliver.
Here.
Great. Diane Coombs.
Here.
Stephen Welch.
Here.
Jesse Dutra on Zoom.
Here.
Yeah, great. Okay. Connie Patton.
Here.
Very good. And Carrie Thornwell.
Here on Zoom.
And I'm Ray Pohl. And let's see. For staff, we have Holly Backus. You can say aye. Yeah, there you go. Esmeralda Martinez.
Here.
And I think I saw Fiona there, didn't I?
Here.
Okay, Fiona Johnson. There you go, folks. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is we have all of our members. So unless it's old business and we have a prescribed board, or if somebody needs to recuse, it's going to be the regular board, or unless somebody wants to take a break. P.S. I'm not going to be here the whole night. I'm in Vermont and I need to get to some place to have dinner before they close here. They close everything at like 5 o'clock. Okay, so the first order of business would be to approve of today's agenda. May I have a motion? That sounded like Diane, and I'm sure that it was Diane. So on Diane's motion, Abby Camp.
Aye.
Very good. Val Oliver,
Aye.
Stephen Welch,
Aye.
and Diane on your motion.
Aye.
Fantastic. Okay. Now that we have an approved agenda, I would ask if there is anyone either in the room or on Zoom who would like to make public comment with the proviso that there won't be any discussion. It's just public comment. You'll say your piece and then we'll just take it under consideration.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Holly.
Holly?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I
Yeah,
just
Holly, go.
wanted to, for the record, give the commission an update as far as last week's select board meeting that did not happen. Some folks may be aware that their agenda was very lengthy, and they decided to continue the discussion regarding the independent scope for the HDC. Unfortunately, to a date, sometime in April, there was not a specific date given, but I just wanted to give you that staff update, and that we will provide that information on when that meeting will be as soon as we find out.
Thanks, Holly. I mean, thanks. That's too bad that it's that far off, but it is what it is. Stephen, did you say that you had a oh, hold on. Any more public comment before I turn it over to commissioner comments? Okay, fair enough. Stephen, did you have a commissioner comment?
Actually, two, both community service oriented. One is got nothing to do with the HDC, but I'd encourage folks to contact Nisha and foster a pet. Small helpless animal you could help grow. Could turn out to be a love of your life. So I encourage you guys to reach out. Anybody at home who's watching with popcorn. The other is topic was brought to my attention, and I think it's worthwhile for the HDC to consider a policy on, and I'm going to pursue this through the organizational focus committee. And that is that modular homes that are arriving on the island are, as we probably all know, subject to kind of schedule constraints. And if they're not approved soon enough in the process, it's problematic with respect to setting a home up for in the summertime, construction-wise. Part and parcel to that in these new times we're in is that interest rates are rising. So that translates into very big dollars very quickly. With all that said, I think the policy would be determination would be a recommendation from the Organizational Focus Committee on year-round homes that are subject to either a covenant or some other type of criteria, and that there would be a letter or a threshold from the entity, perhaps, for instance, the Nantucket Housing for covenant homes, and that the HDC would look into. I'd like to think that we could look into and arrive at a equitable way of having those applications heard more quickly. And this is all against the backdrop of last summer around, or heading into the season around this time. We were under a lot of pressure schedule-wise, in large part due to COVID. So it's just something for us to have on our radar, and I'll bring it up at OFC and we'll come in with a recommendation for you all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks a lot. Yes, it's a problem, and I'm glad to know that you guys are going to be taking up. Thank you, Stephen. Okay.
I have one.
Yeah, Diane, go ahead.
It's just that I have been spoke to a couple of times, and I want to just make the statement and then see if we can maybe have a meeting on next Tuesday, because we're not having a meeting on this Thursday, to make it a commissioner comment, is that we have established new rules, which we all have voted for, as to how the meeting should meet and go forward. And it was mentioned to me that what's good for one is good for the other, for everybody that is applying for a hearing. So I wanted to get that moved, if I might, Mr. Chair, to have it come up next Tuesday so we could talk about it a little bit if anybody has a problem with that.
So Diane, in order to put that down as another business item, could you be more specific about like what's being discussed?
Is to discuss the new rules that govern us, how long people can talk and how long they can't talk.
Yes.
That is supposed to be for everybody that appears before us.
Oh, I think I know what you're getting at. In other words, these are the rules that the Best Practices Committee came up with and that we voted in, are
Right.
in-house rules. So you want to have sort of equal across the board enforcement of those rules, if I understand you correctly.
Right, if we're going to enforce them, that's what was mentioned, yes, to have equal.
Okay. Well, listen, why don't we put it down as we could have a brief discussion about how to sort of make sure that it's applied all the time and in a sort of an across the board manner. Okay.
And yeah, and maybe so that the applicant understands
Yeah.
what's available to them too. Some of them have had a question.
Okay. So
I
now that,
didn't want to answer it and tell them wrong.
yeah. So now that we have all those things in practice, let's just, we'll spend a few minutes next Tuesday talking about abiding by them, basically.
Yeah.
And making sure that people are aware that those rules are in place.
What
Okay,
they
so
are.
yeah, we'll put that down as another business item at the front of the meeting.
Great, thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you, Diane. Any other commissioner comments? Now, we do have, we're looking at our April through June 23 HCC schedule. Is there any discussion on that? If so, just let me know your thoughts.
It's a bummer we have to meet on Thursdays again.
Well, that is supposed to be a stopgap measure to try and get us back on the rails. That's not supposed to be a permanent situation. And in fact, we went away from that for a while, and I just feel like things are piling up again. So I would really like to think of that as a temporary fix. So other than that, is there any comments, concerns about the schedule itself?
No, I'm glad we're not having a meeting on July 4th.
I'm not sure we're even allowed to. Yeah. So we're all good on that?
Good,
If,
good.
if so, we can put that to a vote.
Motion to approve the schedule for.
April through June. Okay, that was Abby's motion. On Abby's motion, Val,
A reluctant I.
there you go. Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Stephen,
I'm a reluctant I.
for the same reason, just curious.
Yeah, and we can talk about it next week when we talk about why we need to, follow our own best practice standards. Because if we do, we won't have to meet on Thursdays.
Okay. Fair enough. So Abby, on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, so now that brings us to a rather large consent agenda from which several of us need to recuse, just one of them being me. So Steve,
Mr. Chairman,
me?
Esmeralda,
Oh, yeah, sure.
can I just make a little notation that items on consent, item number 23 was already approved on March 7th
Oh, right.
meeting.
Okay.
And I need to have two taken off consent. I put them on before I understood exactly how I was doing the consent.
I
So
see.
that is number 4 and number 5. 78 Main Street offense and 81 Main Street, a new dormer.
Okay. So now Diane, so that's noted, but because I need to recuse, and I think we can do this with a full board using associate members, because I need to recuse, Carrie needs to recuse, and Val needs to recuse. And if no one else needs to recuse, then we still have 5 members. Stephen can chair, and we can do it in one fell swoop. So that would be my preference. Stephen,
Yeah,
can you?
I'll pick it up. I just want a clarification, Diane. I'm sorry, which were the ones you said?
4 and 5, the medium green.
Okay.
78 Main Street and 81 Main Street.
Okay, so for the minutes, I'll establish the board as Abby, Diane, Connie, Jesse, and myself. Numbers 4 and 5 are being pulled for discussion. Number 23 was previously approved. Can I get a motion to approve consents?
Motion to approve.
Oh, Jesse, Diane beat it. We'll do a roll call vote. Diane, on your motion.
Aye.
Jesse is the second.
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Val. Oh, I'm sorry, Connie,
Aye.
and me. Aye. Did I get everyone?
Yes.
Okay, that's it.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Now we have consent with conditions.
Well, can are we talking about?
Yeah, do you want to pick up 4 and 5 or?
I'm sorry. Yeah, that's a good idea. Back to you, Stephen.
Sure. So let's just, when you see it up on the screen, your application, you can lead in.
Great.
We'll ask questions if we have any, and then it will go to staff for comments, a butter, if any, and then public. And then we'll close off questions and back and forth, and it will be for commissioner deliberation only.
All right,
Okay.
and the owner is here. He may want to speak to you. I don't know.
Sure,
what
that's
time
fine.
is it.
Yep. So you can do that at your intro.
All right, so everybody, this is 78 Main Street. It is the Charles Coffin House, built in 1832. In 2015/2016, Harvey Jones, the owner, obtained permission to take down the existing sheath and wheat fence on the front of the building.
Yeah.
At that time, it was very contentious, but he was able to do it. And wisely, and to your all suggestion that he keep a section of the fence so that if his decision ever to put it back were to happen, he would have an exact replica. So here we are in 2023. He has had it rebuilt based off of the saved piece. And, you know, tail between our legs, Harvey was under the impression that he was allowed to put it back per the 2016 decision. So there was some misunderstanding on his side regarding whether he needed an approval to put it back or not. So he was, the fence people were putting up the fence when HTC, you all issued him a violation for the fence. So we submitted an application. The fence is an exact replica of the sheath of wheat fence. The only change is that the color has changed to this dark green. And the intention here is that there are many bricks on Main Street, as we all know, and many of them, almost essentially all of them, have a black or very dark wrought iron fence. And the white fence, this is also a brick. The white fence has a very struggle to relate to the house. He chose the very dark green to complement the shutters and the general demure brick facade of the building. And Harvey's here if you'd like to speak to that, but we're hoping for an approval so they can finish installing the fence.
Okay, thank you. Harvey, did you want to comment?
Sure. Just by way of history, I've owned the house for 30 years, so I'd like to think I'm a slight part of the history of the house by now. And for 25 years, I maintained the existing fence, the original fence, and did it with all intentions of maintaining it as long as I possibly could. For the first 20 years, I did it with my contractor, Steve Lindsay. And after 20 years of helping me maintain the fence, he declared that he couldn't work on it anymore. And so then I worked for the next 5 years simply with a painter to keep it glued together. So believe me, I tried to hold that fence together as long as I possibly could. In 2015, it started to truly fall apart. I mean, the spikes were falling off and pieces of the fence, it was a hazard on Main Street. And I know the HTC was not happy about my decision to take it down, but it was the practical thing to do at that time. I always had an intention to eventually put it back. The fence is not at a trivial cost. I think between the fabrication of the, I spent a long time to find the right person to do it. I found a master carpenter in North Carolina to fabricate the fence. He tells me there were 10,000 wood cuts or 5,000 joints in this fence. And I have invested between his fabrication, the transportation, the installation, north of $150,000 in the fence. So it's not a trivial investment on my part and in the property. The decision to put the fence up based on where the HTC was back in 2015, I thought I could go ahead. I understand now that I should have come to the HTC, and I sincerely apologize for not coming to you guys first.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Harvey. Are there, Harvey, at this point, just because we're trying to keep a time limit.
Okay, well, let me just quickly tell you the reasons, the rationale. It's identical to the original fence, with the exception of the color.
Okay.
The color is the reason I decided to do this color is, as Ben said, if you look at every brick house and the coffin school, every fence is a dark color. They're all black iron. This is a wood fence, and I chose to put back a wood fence rather than proposing to put an iron fence because it was part of the history of the house. But I chose the dark color because I believe it's more appropriate to the brick facade. It matches the other dark fences in front of the other in terms of the other bricks. I would submit to the HTC that if there had never been a fence here and I came to you with a proposal to put a white fence in front of the brick where all the other fences were a dark color, you wouldn't have let me put up a white fence to begin with.
Okay, thank you, Harvey. Questions for the applicant?
No, what, you mean about?
About what they're proposing. And at this point, we're just looking for clarifications on the application before we get into discussion or
Yeah.
comments from the public.
No.
Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't really review this in detail since it was on the consent agenda, but with that, I was just concerned on the material itself is, it sounds like it's wood, and it sounds like it's a complete replication of what was previously there. I will notate that there are historic photographs of no fence there. So I don't know at what point, this was in the late 1800s, that there was not a fence there. So I'm not too sure when the original fence was placed there. I will say that there is a hodgepodge of fence colors between white or a dark color along Main Street. But I would have liked to know a little bit more history on the fence itself on this particular location.
I have it here if you'd like to hear it.
Perfect. Thanks, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, I would take that as, Ben, as a form of a question. So if you want to briefly give us some history, some dates perhaps,
Sure.
that'd be
So,
helpful.
the time the fence was there, let me see here. Fence was likely constructed or before 1862, was removed in 1895, but reinstalled in 1936 and was there until 2016.
I can attest to that. I'm going to cut the fence down in the first place because it's flooding and
In 1936?
I feel like that's 2016.
Okay,
She's older than I am.
all right. Any other comments?
Just that I'm happy to hear that the owner is a great steward of this historic resource.
Okay, thank you, Holly. We appreciate it. Is there any members, are there any abutters who would like to speak? No abutters. Are any members of the public? No? Okay. Deliberation, does anyone have any concerns?
I have.
Go ahead.
I spent some time going back through when it came and when it went and when it came back again. And I love the fence, and they have adapted a modern one to it. They've kept sections of the original that are movable to save for proof that there is that. My one feeling was the color. It's not black iron. Black iron would be fine, like in front of the 3 bricks and the other ones, but it's lighter. This is heavier just because it's made out of wood. It's thicker, and you're more aware of the very dark green color. And they also have pictures in the thing of the white fence, which is lighter, follows the roof walk in position and space. So I just think that I love the fence and I would like to have it there, but I would like it white. I think it fits in better than the wrought iron, which is, as you know, much thinner, more delicate.
Okay.
So that's, and that's why I originally didn't put it on consent. I just didn't do all of that right, and I'm sorry.
Okay, no need to apologize, Stan, that's fine. So just for the sake of clarity, it'll be the same board. Abby, Diane, Connie, Jesse, and myself. Abby?
No concerns.
Okay. Connie?
I don't have any concerns either. I think the white does make it pop a little more, but I like the green too.
Okay, thank you. Jesse?
Yeah, I think it looks handsome. No
Okay.
problem.
I'm a little bit with Diane on this, and I'd like to suggest that if you guys have the appetite for it, we would approve it subject to like a viewing. In the instance that, you know, when an image doesn't necessarily do it justice for or against. So if we could register the fact that this is the fence, there's a degree of stewardship in replicating this fence and putting it back, and the HCC has no concern about that. If the color needs to be white, we aren't going to get another bite at the apple. And if we approve it as green, it's on Main Street, and it'll be that way for another 30 years, I presume. So I'm just wondering what you all think about reserving approval of the color, but not reserving the approval of the fence itself. Well, we can approve it, and then we can make a condition that it
Will
will,
samples be,
well, it'll be viewed because it's in place, correct?
it sounded, I mean, it sounded like the majority were okay with this, so.
Yeah, I'm just as chair facilitating, not making a grave error. That's all. I don't think it's going to be a problem, but I don't want it to be a problem and then we have no recourse. So,
Can I add just one thing?
no, Harvey, I'm sorry. We're closed. We're in deliberation unless we ask a question of an applicant. And it's not to shut you down, but it's to be fair in the process for everyone, and consistent.
So I make a motion for review and, and then to see it as soon as possible and reconfirm our,
Color choice.
Yeah.
But approval of the fence.
Yeah.
Okay. On Abby's motion, Diane,
Aye.
Connie,
I,
Jesse,
Aye.
Abby,
aye,
and I'm an aye. As it is, and then we're going to review the color. So the approval is for the fence through staff for the fence, the color to be reviewed once it's in place. Just let us know. We can do a view. We'll drive by. I'm not going to weigh in on a color preference at that point. I just want us to have done a drive-by.
and we'll do it as soon as possible.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we can do it next week.
Yeah, it's up. I mean,
Okay, so we'll just let, why don't, perhaps you can just circulate a reminder for even the Thursday meeting. Yeah, there's no reason to hold this up other than a view. Okay,
sounds good.
okay, thank you. We appreciate the sensitivity to that. And we thank you for initiating the replacement. All right, number 5, 81 Main Street, add dormers.
Why was that taken off of consent?
I can tell you why, looking at it.
I didn't.
Hold on, you guys, hold on. Diane had put it on consent and she called it off consent. So we're going to do the same process. When you see it, do your lead in and we'll go from there.
Okay,
Please.
This is Angus McLeod. I just didn't want to, I apologize for interrupting. I wanted to comment on the last application and I'll want to comment on this one for the Historic Structures Advisory.
Okay, Angus, we passed on the last one, so
and he's a member of the
We-
public and I get to go first,
yeah,
right?
hold on, please, Linda. I'm going to run the meeting and it will be fair and even.
Thank you.
Angus, thank you for letting us know. In future portions of the meeting, we'll call for comments from the public after abutters. And at that point, you can speak, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's go back. Linda, go ahead, start.
Take a look at the drawings and we'll go to the pictures. It's a quirky dormer. There's no other way to get it up there without destroying the rafters in the main body of the house. There's been a lot of activity on this house over the years. There was a massive front dormer with like a 2-pitch. Fortunately, somebody took it off. It's still framed up there. The back additions were added and readjusted, taken off and put back on. Those are the pictures of quirky dormers right around us, in fact, as well as dormers around Main Street, Fair Street, Pine Street, Liberty Street, right behind us. Right next to us on Main Street, big, huge gable dormers on, I believe it's probably 79 or 77. There used to be a big house in the yard next to this one, behind that tree, which was taken down unfortunately back in the mid-century. And so now this house actually owns the side yard. It was 2 separate lots for a long time. We did some research on the house that disappeared. And you can see from these pictures, all right, stop right there, please. This is the front elevation. Neither dormer is visible from Main Street. If you go to the next one. That's the visibility from, I think it's Winter, right next to it. And the dormer is going to go up in that gable, the back gable. This is the view from the other street. What do we got? Winter Street and what's the other one? I don't have the map in front of me. Winter's on one side and then another house between us and Coffin Street. Walnut Street, that's the doll lady was right behind us. And then you've got Winter Street where the Coffin School is. But these are the little dormers that are around us. The visibility from The other side street, we're separated by a couple of lots, and Winter Street is really the visibility of it. You cannot see it from Liberty Street because you're looking through a whole bunch of other houses. So these are kind of quirky dormers in order to be able to access from the stairway in the main body into that section. And there are quirky dormers all over town. I took a lot of pictures, which are hard for you to open on your tablets. I guess Steve said it takes a long time to open them on the tablets. There are hard copies in the file if that's easier. But I took pictures of all the other weird dormers around town, and these are just more weird dormers on the back of this structure, not the front.
Okay.
We're not here to put the massive dormer. There's a picture, historic picture in here of that front dormer. It was pretty bad.
Right.
But this is just two small dormers in the back in order to get access from that third floor and give it some more space.
Okay, thank you. Linda. Questions on what's being presented?
I have a question.
Yeah.
It's not a dormer. If it was just a dormer, it would be fine. It's like a little hat on top of the house. It's an inch and.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, Bill, but.
Do you want me to clarify
I'm
that?
gonna wait till we get to the point where we deliberate for that one, because it's more of a comment.
All right, I can clarify that then.
No, never mind.
We had the dormer going all the way to the ridge, but we decided to drop them off the ridge and just sort of run a fake ridge across. So it looks like it's a foot or 6 inches down from the ridge.
It's above the ridge.
Okay, you guys.
It's the dormer itself is not.
Linda,
The weird thing on top of it is.
Linda, please, now, we're gonna have this discussion when we get into the discussion. At this point in the meeting, we're just seeing if there's any questions. I took Val's comment as, gee, that looks like it's popping through the roof as a hat versus it's
Sort of.
something that's a typical dormer.
Yeah, I didn't want to keep it all the way to the ridge.
All right, Holly, do you have comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Just that for the record, this is a circa 1800-ish typical Nantucket, obviously in the OHD. I did have concerns with this placement of, it is like a top half that runs right into the ridge. I believe it is visible from Walnut. I noticed in the application that on the plans, there doesn't seem to be a window schedule for those windows that are proposed, and they might be look like 3/3s. Are they fixed? Are they
True divided light, single.
double hung?
Yep.
Okay, well, there's no, for the record, there is nothing in the file to indicate it. Plus, this being a historic resource, and I know you didn't put the application in, Merlinda, you're just doing it on behalf of the applicant, but there is no historic information on the COA or in the file itself.
I did put that in. It's in the
Please.
file.
Okay, it's not on what
Not
I'm
the
looking at
original, but I
online.
was scanned in separately.
Okay. This is a note tape for anybody is submitting anything to do with the historic resource. Put the dates on the application. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
But if you need to see them,
Is
Mr.
there-
Chairman, they're in here.
Please wait, you're gonna have a minute to rebut at the end.
Well, it's not a rebuttal. It's just telling
I
you
know,
it's in
but I
there.
don't, it makes things incoherent to have interruptions. Is there any abutters?
I don't see any.
Okay, members of the public?
Oh, then you got-
Okay, Angus?
Is he speaking as a member of the public?
Yeah, he's,
This-
Angus, I'm sorry, just procedurally, Mickey's aware of this, but when you're going to speak for the group, the first one you speak on, please identify the members of the group and what you all call yourselves, just for the record, and then go ahead and you can make your comments. You don't need to repeat that for future applications during the same meeting, but just the first one.
Well, in mine, they do.
Hold on, Linda.
So I'm speaking on behalf of the Historic Structures Advisory Group. And that consists of Mickey Rowland, myself, Angus McLeod, Jason Finger, Lucy Dillon, and Mary Bergman.
Thank you.
So our comments are that this will be very visible from Walnut Street and from Winter Street. The date that we have on this house is 1760, and I'm not sure if that's from Mary Bergman. I imagine it probably is. And that the ridge of these dormers is elevated above the ridge of the additive L massing off the back of the main structure, and just isn't appropriate. It doesn't follow the guidelines. The dormers should be going in below the ridge height. And those are our comments.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Questions? Anyone? anymore? Okay, we're just gonna go straight to deliberation. Val, did you want to pick up where you left off?
Sure. That was my comment.
Okay.
If you look at the rear elevation, it shows it all. It's an applied on top of 1.3 inches above the roof line, which is highly atypical, a very low pitch. And on the front page, it has the window illustrated as simulated divided light
Well, it won't be.
awning. So those are my concerns.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Diane?
My concerns are the same, and how it is viewed from the rear and the left elevation, they all are, and it sort of jams into the gable and the chimney. I just have a question about how it goes and how it's viewed. And I don't think it fits in with the house at an age where you see it like the existing right is a very simple roof. And it's not a question of being quirky. I don't care if they're quirky out of Tom Nevis. It's what fits the house, I think, where it is.
Okay, thank
and
you.
the year that it's posted as. So that's my opinion.
Okay, we appreciate it. Abby?
Nothing really to add, except that it is a historic house and it's sort of taking away from its historic lines, the gable.
Do I not have Ray on this?
No,
I'm just writing it down.
no, it's Abby, Diane, Connie, Jesse,
Hold
and
on,
me.
Abby. Who was it? Diane?
Diane, Connie,
Val?
Jesse, Val. Oh,
Val's
yeah,
on
you
it.
kind of jumped in on that. Okay.
And who else? I missed the fourth one.
We were just going with what was the consent group. That's all. It's not to exclude.
Who's the
anyone.
fourth member? Is it Connie or Jesse?
It's going to be Abby, Diane, Connie, Val, and me. If I wasn't sharing, I'd let Jesse.
Oh, Connie. Okay.
Okay, Connie.
I echo the same concerns. I have nothing else to add.
Okay, so I think where this distills down is we need to see revisions, correct me if I'm wrong, or confirm with a motion that portrays a more typical dormer. And, you know, the nature of quirkiness is not that it's so atypical that it's inappropriate.
Well, we did, just so quickly, we dropped them off the ridge and put that on because you can't see it from the back because it's blocked by multiple houses, including the 1800
Do
house.
we, okay,
But I did want to make sure that it looked like it was dropped below the ridge rather than go a flatter pitch. That's the only
Yeah,
reason we
I
tried
think,
that.
I think, Linda, clearly the issue is that it's above the ridge.
Okay.
At least that's the major issue. There may be other issues when we see it lowered,
Okay.
but I think it needs to be lowered clearly, and it may mean modification to some other aspects of the dormer.
Okay.
And do we, at that, I would suggest that as opposed to doing any type of a frame up there for an outline, we're pretty resolute at this point, doing some type of a mock-up doesn't make sense because we're resolute in the inappropriateness.
Yeah.
Let's get it in range of something and then we can take it from there.
Okay.
Is there a motion for a more typical appropriate
Or
dormer?
just revisions. I got it.
Revision.
Yeah.
Specifics, though, I'd like to be,
Well, it's the only thing that she's doing.
I know, but I want to be specific that we're looking for something that's more appropriate.
A dormer
typical.
that is off of the
Ridge.
that it's set upon, not above the ridge, like a cupola or a.
Okay,
Something weird. Yes.
fair enough. And I just, before we get the motion, I just want to be clear. The reason I'm trying to give specific motions is if we are going to follow the standard of, and I'm not suggesting it for this application, but if we are going to follow the standard of 3 without material changes and you're out, we should be specific about what our revision motions are, because that builds the legal case if it's ever challenged. So is there a motion for a more typical?
I make that motion.
Okay, on your motion,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
Okey-dokey.
With that, a little exasperated breath, and it's back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. So I think where we are in the agenda is we're on consent with conditions.
Mr.
Oh.
Chairman, sorry for the interruption.
Yeah,
This is Esmeralda.
yes.
Number 1 was already approved March 7th.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Thank you.
So got that, folks? Number 1, consent with conditions approved already. So then we have 2 through 5 consent with conditions from which none of the regular board members needs to recuse. Can I have a motion on those?
Motion to approve with conditions stated.
Very good. That is Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Diane.
Aye.
Very good. Val.
Aye.
Great. Abby.
Abstention.
Abby, are you getting laryngitis or something?
No, it's the tail end of that thing that's going around.
Oh, awful. Okay, so abstention. And Stephen, on your motion? I'm in favor. That was very good. I'm in favor too. Okay, so we have a couple of new business items dating from February 7th, 2 of which on Cato Lane for Chip Webster. I guess no board has been established on these, right?
Mr. Chair, if correct my understanding, I'm going to sit off these.
Okay. The Chip Webster or all 4?
All 4. It looks like I'm going to be on deck most of the night, so later.
Okay. Yeah, okay. All right, so then we're gonna get into the rotation, folks. So Jesse, do you want to take the 2 Cato Lanes, and then Connie, you can take Birdsong. So all right, Chip, 27 Cato Lane. You don't have Stephen, you do have Jesse. What's we got? Do we have Chip?
Can you hear me now? Did that change it?
Well, yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, I was trying to do it on my headset, but maybe that wasn't working.
Oh, hey, man, you're getting some big echo there.
All right, I'm gonna try putting my head,
Oh,
I'm gonna try putting my headset back on. All right, how about now?
well, it's hard to tell when you say, how about now?
Well, can you hear me?
Yeah. No
Okay.
echo.
No echo, good. Okay. All right. Hello, everyone. Chip Webster on behalf of the applicant. The next 2 applications are both the 27 Cato with proposed revisions. And if I can share the screen, I would love to walk through that. All right. In 3, 2, 1, coming up, sharing the screen. And did that come up? Okay, we should be looking at the site plan.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to start with the site plan because this is applicable to both the next applications. This is Cato Lane, is the front street. The front of it is to the east. The main house you can see is an L-shaped configuration at the front of the lot, and the guest house, which will be the next application that we're taking a look at, is in the back of the lot. This was originally designed and approved with what I would call a sunken courtyard that was between the 2 structures. The applicant has decided not to do that, to remove that sunken courtyard. And much of the proposed revisions are relative to the removal of that. Additionally, there are some fenestration requests as a rework of that from removing those courtyards. So we'll go right to the front elevation, the east elevation of the main house, and there are no proposed changes whatsoever on the street side. Next up, we have the west side of the house, which is the back of the house. The substantive requested revision is removing that sunken courtyard. You can see where that's bubbled. And then there are some window changes on the back of that L of the structure. And we go up to, this is the north side of the house, which is the running along the side of the property line. Pretty self-explanatory. I believe there are some requested dormer and fenestration changes on that side. I want to point out that there's no massing changes on any of the sides. And then last, we have the south side. This is looking at the face that is on the inside of that L on the rear. And you can see the primary change is removing that sunken section. And then there are some requested window and door fenestration changes on that. So that is our request. I turn over to the board for comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chip. Has everyone had a chance to digest this?
Yeah.
Anybody?
Yep.
Val Oliver, good for you. What do you think?
I think, although I'm really delighted the sunken pit is gone. That was a source of a lot of angst for us. And the window changes I'm okay with.
Okay, so you're basically fine with the.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. So we have heard from Val. I'd like to hear from Abby, Diane, Jesse.
I had forgot that we had already looked at this, and so I went back to, square one with the massing. But I just, I think it's odd that this building, the front of the house is not on Cato Lane. I think that's kind of a strange. But, and I think the two different massings, one with the gables going in different directions is kind of odd. I think the 2/2 windows, it looks kind of bare, or.
Chip, are you still guiding it? Okay.
I was, yeah. Could I just?
No, I want.
For clarification. Yeah, go ahead, right? Yeah.
The stuff, Abby, that you've spoken about so far is the stuff that's already approved.
Yeah, the
placement of the front, the entry.
Yeah.
The massing, the 2/2 windows, that's all been approved. What he's looking for is the removal of that sunken terrace and some moving about and addition of windows.
Yeah, I don't know.
And Ray, if I might add also, the front elevation does face Cato. That's why
I had thought
we're
so.
zooming in on the site plan. Yeah, just wanted to point that out. I'm sorry, back to you.
Yep. Abby, continue.
Yeah, okay, so with what's before us now, I don't really have any concerns, but.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. So that was Abby and Val. How about you, Diane? You ready?
Yep, I'm ready. I think with the courtyard, whatever you want to call it, gone, I think it is much better. It fits in, and what we've approved already is beyond our reach now. So as far as the courtyard being gone, that's fine.
Okay. And the window changes are fine too, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Jesse, thank you.
Yeah, I'm okay with the proposed changes. Is there another application for omitting the pool and hardscape, or is that going to be?
We got another one coming up that says guest house revisions.
Right.
Ray, do you want me to answer?
Yeah, I guess.
So we did not handle the pool and hardscape approval. It's Atlantic Landscaping, so that would be forthcoming from them. So today we're just looking at the main house and guest house.
Very good. Thank you, Chip. Jesse.
Yeah, so I'm okay with this application.
Okay, I think we have liftoff. Can somebody give a motion?
Motion to approve as submitted.
That is Val Oliver's motion. On Val's motion, Abby.
Come back to me.
Okay, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Jesse.
Aye.
Very good. Abby, back to you.
Yeah, I'm okay.
All right, thanks. Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, let's look at the guest house.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Chip Webster again for the 27 Cato Guest House. Here's the site plan. You can see the location of the guest house is bubbled in red. This is the west side. There are no proposed changes on the west side. The east side, you can see the previous design had that courtyard walkout that's no longer there. So there is a proposed change to bring the doors up that were at the lower level up to grade. And then, of course, eliminate the courtyard level. On the north side, a proposed fenestration revision to go from 1 to 2 windows, where the 2 windows line up with the 2 above. And on the south elevation, proposing removing a window. So there we go. I turn it over to the board for comments. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chip. Okay, same board.
I'll go.
Thank you.
My only concern is the bank of doors, if they're visible or not, because those do face the street, but it looks as though the other house is in front of it, so I would say it's fine due to lack of visibility, but if it can be seen, you're gonna have to screen it.
Okay. And we can put that in to the motion? All right.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's put a hold on that. Okay, thank you, Val. Anybody else?
No, that's good.
Just with that, if we add the proviso about the visibility thing?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Abby?
Yeah, I'm okay.
All right, Jesse?
Same here. I'm good.
Okay, so Val, do you want to just do the
Sure.
motion and
Yep.
include? Yeah.
Motion to approve is submitted with the proviso that the bank of nano doors is not seen at time of inspection and thereafter in perpetuity.
Sounds good. Thanks a lot, Val. On that motion, Abby?
Aye.
Great. Diane?
Aye.
Good. Jesse?
Aye.
Val on your motion?
Aye.
I'm in favor. Motion carries. There you go, Chip Webster. Okay.
All right, thank you, everyone.
All right, so, thank you. Now Two Bird Song, Linda.
Yep.
Who, by the way, needs to go to the Concom. Oh, shit. Excuse my French.
I'm gonna just stay through these and through North Beach Street, and then I gotta go upstairs and
They
then.
don't
come
really
back
need
down.
you at the Concom anyway, Linda. So let's just do these couple, okay?
I'll do these and then North Beach Street, and then I'll go up.
Oh, all right. North Beach or Main Street?
No, Main Street and then North Beach.
Yeah, okay, let's just hit it. Two Bird Song Lane.
Two Bird Song,
Yeah, now-
hardscape, very much like all the other hardscapes that have been
Hey,
approved up
Linda-
there.
Linda Williams.
Yep.
Linda Williams.
Oh, who's sitting?
Stephen is off.
Okay.
Connie is on. And that is for Bird Song. And then we'll go to Carrie for Orange Street.
Okay.
Shouldn't Drive that long. Okay, so Bird Song.
Birdsong, hardscape, very typical of all the other ones that are up there, 2 of which I've already been involved with, and no spa, none of that stuff. It's a very undulating site. I've given you a bunch of pictures. I don't know how easily they come up on your tablets there, but I've given you a bunch of pictures of the house that's already sitting there. It's pretty self-explanatory. The only change from the original submission, and I have little copies of it, so you know where they are. It's the same patio, it's just gonna be wood inlaid instead of brick, because of where it is against the hill.
I'm sure somebody's getting this up on the screen, right? So I can.
What
I
are you
just got it
showing?
from Lombardi today.
Yeah, I don't understand them.
No, I just want you to know that it's the same plan. It's just that instead of bluestone patio on the north side, it's just going to be inlaid wood in the ground. So it's exact same dimensions, exact same location. It's just going to be wood in the ground. Otherwise, you got patios, walkways, a parking area and behind, because the parking is all coming off of Birdsong. So it's coming off up the hill behind the houses.
Sorry, but is there any way that I can see this?
It's exactly the same plan, Ray, except that it's wood.
No,
instead
no,
of-
I'm on Zoom, so
patio.
I'm not looking at any, I'm looking at my screen, seeing nothing.
Oh, you don't see the diagram?
The plan?
Give me 1 second.
Hold on, she'll put it up.
Okay.
So I've got it color coded for
I
everybody. as
can, I
usually do.
can, just in order to move it along. So Linda, have you said what you need to say?
Unless there's any questions, I'm waiting for it to come up on the screen in case anybody has any questions. It might be easier to
I'm
see
going
on
to
the
jump
screen.
in and I will review in the time that I'm hearing from the other commissioners. So for those of you that are able to actually see the documents, do we have comments formulated? Or questions for Linda?
I think Holly, isn't this historic? District.
Mr.
Well, it's about
Chair.
100 feet inside the old historic district.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, not seeing the locus. So Holly, I'm sorry. Go for it.
That's okay, Mr. Chair. Thank you. So for the record, this is a 2023 infill within the OHD, as you all know. My main comment would be, first, I'm not, okay, that helps the plan. I couldn't defer what the difference would be with the deck versus the proposed patio, bluestone patio, which I think both would be fine. I'm more concerned on making sure that fire pit is screened in perpetuity.
Yep. I figured that would be the condition.
The fire pit is the little lifesaver in the middle of the lawn there. Is that-
Yes. The middle of the tire.
All right. Holly, that's it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Angus, anything on this?
Thank you, Ray. There's a significant amount of fill proposed for the northwest corner. This creates a small, a very unnatural looking plateau overlooking North Mill and Angola Streets. The terrace on the backside is very large and surrounded by a formal boxwood hedge, and it goes right up to the property line. This should be much smaller and less formal, with some taller planting around it to mitigate the very unnatural looking contours of that corner of the property. Both the west and north sides need softening. Is the stone wall retaining or just freestanding?
It's retaining.
Thank you. There's a lot of bluestone paving and walkways beside both structures. Bluestone is too modern and formal for this area. The fenced-in AC units are too exposed beside the open area stairway. They should go on the back. The fire pit will be visible from Angola Street and is not an appropriate feature in the OHD. In general, the proposal feels overly formal for this neighborhood. This would be an appropriate application to show a couple cross sections through the site to indicate the proposed changes to the contours. That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right.
Contours were approved, Mr. Chairman, when they did the structures. So a lot of what he said is immaterial at this point.
Well, it is interesting though. So it looks, if these are indeed contours, these things that are all like running, completely.
Yeah, that's the existing grade, which we're not touching.
Well, I've never seen an existing grade look like that.
Remember, it goes, we're the last one down the hill, and then beyond us, it goes straight down the hill towards Angola.
Can I see the locust plan?
And the same thing with the west towards North Mill. It goes downhill from the houses, all the houses, right down to North Mill. You can see the photographs below this that clearly
Is this
show the
house built
grades.
yet?
Hmm?
Is this?
Yeah, I've got all the pictures right below this of the house that's already
Okay,
there.
well, I don't have any. I've seen the locus and I've seen the plan. That's it.
All right, if we can put the pictures up, that'd be very helpful. See, there's the topo, just below this. There's the topo. It drops off the hill
Right,
to
I mean,
the
topo
north
doesn't
and
really
west.
Look like the topo.
I'm standing down at the bottom of the hill, right there, taking that picture up from, stay there, please. taking from Angola. There's no way you're going to see anything as far as a fire pit. I'm now going up North Mill, and now I'm standing up on the site looking down the hill towards Angola. The fire pit is another 30 feet that way. I'm standing, I can't quite see where that one is. I think I'm still on top of the hill where the wood patio is going to be, up on top of the hill. So you can't possibly see any of that. And now I'm on North Mill looking up at the house. Now I'm moving up North Mill, taking pictures of the existing house as I move up North Mill. Go down one more, please. And there I'm looking down, I'm going up North Mill, looking up Birdsong, which is to the right of the house. That's how steep these grades are up on top of that hill. We didn't do that. That was existing grade that we built these houses on top of. That gets less steep as you go up towards Prospect Street. This one is the last one down the hill before you actually go over the hill to Angola, where there are 2 more houses going in below us. That's going to block this entire strip. And I believe you've already approved one, or you're going to see one. And so the visibility, now I'm on Birdsong looking back at the house. Moving up Birdsong, looking at the front of the house, which faces Birdsong. And I keep moving up the hill. That's in between the houses. They have a garage and a secondary. There's the garage and their secondary dwelling. So where the big lump is where the fire pit is. That's where the garden is basically. Now I'm actually in the property looking backwards towards the secondary dwelling. So you're not going to see anything, not the retaining wall, not the fire pit, not the bluestone, nothing. Now I'm standing on the hill looking back.
Stop. Whoever moved back to the other photo.
I'm in the yard now looking back towards Birdsong and the 2 houses that are on the other side of Birdsong.
Listen carefully. Right now, I'm looking from the bottom of the shingle down to grade of about 2 feet.
Yeah, they haven't backfilled.
What?
They have not backfilled yet.
Well, that's what I'm actually concerned about.
Yeah, how much backfill?
Just to make it level between that house and the one that they built behind it.
So you're saying that there's the existing grade, but then you're saying it's not backfilled and you're going to backfill 2
Well, they
feet.
pulled the dirt out in order to put the foundation in like they do with every foundation. And now they're just going to level it back out.
I mean, it's pulled back all the way back to where that dumpster, or whatever that is.
That's on the other lot.
I personally don't love this like at all, the idea of doing the platform, which is what the grading on the site plan would suggest. The grading on the site plan that you presented and the natural grading that shows up on the GIS are 2 very different things.
All I know is that it was approved with the houses. I did not do the houses. I know the grades, whatever was going on with the grades between this and the garage and the secondary dwelling, because the grade keeps going uphill from there.
I don't know what, I don't, and I'm not sure that anybody in the
Well,
room-
I didn't get those approved, so I just know that there's a
We don't
grade
know-
change.
We don't know what was approved. We don't know. And so what we have is a plan in front of us that is showing it being completely flattened out. Now, here, I'm reluctant to always jump right into the discussion, but so I do want to hear from the board members, but I do find the whole grading of this lot, what's proposed, what was approved, to be of concern. But so I'd like to hear from the other board members on this. Once again, Abby, Val, Diane, and in this case, Connie, and myself.
I think it's important for us to perhaps have that approval in front of us.
Yeah.
Because I don't recall
The grade.
sitting on this, and also have a surveyor do a cut through showing us where the grade is now and when it's backfilled, where it's going to be, because it's hard for us to say, yeah, go ahead, when it looks like 2 feet of concrete on the side facing,
I think that's east, maybe.
and I do have concerns about the deck. It's going to be elevated. It's not going to be at grade.
Which deck, Val?
The deck in the rear that was supposed to be a patio.
It's not elevated. It's actually embedded in the
But
dirt.
but from what you're showing us, without having any finished grade to go by, it looks like it's gonna be 30, 32 inches up.
No, it's not.
Because if you look in the middle, between the two sections of the building, there
Right.
is a deck.
There is a
there
deck,
already.
which you step off of down to grade. I had this discussion with him. You don't, it's not level with the deck in between the two Ls. It's actually, you step off it with 2 steps down to the grade, whether it's blue stone or whether it's wood, it's down 2 steps onto the dirt.
So.
So
right
it's not
there-
going to be
right
up
there is what-
elevated.
Can we go back to
Yeah,
that plan and look
cross-section
at,
will know.
look at the 2 steps?
Right.
Okay, so to Val, your point, right above where it's, I think you were looking at the porch on the back, the
Mhm.
word just above main house, and you see there's 1, 2, 3 steps down to the deck.
Yeah,
It's
it's embedded in
Not
the
at the
ground.
level of the porch. If
Yep.
I understood your concern correctly, that is.
So it's not
I don't
elevated.
see any steps there. I see a ladder, but nonetheless, I don't
No,
feel
no,
we
no,
have
in
enough
the- on the
information to make a
floor-
decision on this.
You gotcha. Thank you. Let's see, Val, who else? Diane, you ready?
Yeah, I go, I find, I don't know, I don't see anything about the original building. I don't know how tall it is or anything else. I don't know how much, we have a limit of how much dirt you can move around to make flat areas to put houses on. And I see no information about that. I know there's a tremendous drop from here down to Angola. And it doesn't show except piles of dirt. I would like to have, as somebody mentioned, a cross-section of what is there and how much dirt has been put in to change the site. I have on Birdsong, I have a field stone wall with steps, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's a lot to bring the house down. And I would like to see some further information, past information, so we know what we're working with.
I think that's a good idea.
That pile of dirt, by the way, is the dirt that came out of the foundations. That's why it's still there
Okay.
normally.
Diane, thank you. Abby,
Yeah, while we're on the subject of the back deck.
Which back deck?
The one we're just discussing now.
The one that's in the ground on the north?
Yeah, where you
Okay.
just changed it
The
to
only
wood.
one on the plan.
Well, everybody keeps saying
I-
back.
From
North.
this picture I'm looking at here, it looks like you're going to need a retaining wall at
No.
the end of it.
That's all planting.
Because, well, from this picture, it looks like it slopes down pretty severely.
It
so-
does. We're just going to have to deal with it.
But anyway, we'll get to that when we see the plan. But so back to the plan, I think a Shell Drive, so I see this as more of a rural area. I would prefer to see something like Keystone. It goes along with, the trees and the sort of ruralness.
So you rather have shell?
No, I'd rather have pea stone.
There is,
Like a stone.
there are limits to what we can and can't do because there's some sort of a homeowners association in there. So you want
Okay.
pea stone and not shell?
Let me just go through my list of things here.
yes.
The house, as I'm looking at it now, from down in the Ponyfield, you look up and the buildings look really raw, and I would like to see more trees between the, I know there's another building coming, right?
No, not up
But-
here.
So
There
we're
is
look-
something in the back, but the ones that
Right.
face
Okay,
North
okay.
Mill.
So
are
I
all
think
there.
that hill should be more vegetated with trees. I think the far right-hand side looks a little industrial with just the stone and the AC units. Looks a little harsh with just the fence, stone and AC units. I think that should have more vegetation. You mentioned the perpetuity thing, give me a second here. Yeah, I use the word soften too. Somebody else said soften the right-hand side.
If I'm standing in front, the right-hand side?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes, yeah, you know, there's nothing there.
East
just a
side.
Stone and AC units
Yep.
and a fence.
Hmm,
So, those are my thoughts. Thank you.
okay, thanks, Abby. Connie?
I don't really have much to add to what's already been said. Considering the cross section, if we would want to hold for some kind of cross section, I would be amenable to that. That's about it.
Can
right.
somebody clarify which direction? Because that
I'm
was all
gonna-
done with the other one.
Ray Paul, is gonna speak and gonna tell you exactly what I think we should be getting here. We want a cross section through the middle of the site going east-west
Okay.
and one going north-south. In addition, I would like to see on this plan, I want to see the existing grade. I want to see all the contour lines numbered. So we have corresponding contour lines. And I would like to see what the grading plan that was approved by this board. We did this landscape plan when Brooke brought all this through before.
That was the other one next to us.
So this one we've never seen before.
This is the first time this one's been in for hardscape. Brooke did the one one closer to Prospect.
Did he, so he didn't design these houses?
He designed the house, but not this. And he didn't do the landscape for the one that he did, and he didn't do the landscape for the other one, which I did.
Wait. Who designed the house and who got the initial plan of this approved?
I think Brooke did the house, and he did the other house on the other side of Birdsong, and he did,
But, okay. who
but
did-
not the landscape.
Who did the two outbuildings?
I think Brooke did all the structures.
Okay, I want to see his site plan. I want to see what we approved.
Well, I have the site plan in there somewhere in the
Brooks,
file.
Brooks site.
Working one.
No, the working one. As I
What do you-
say, we're not involved with the structures on this one.
What do you mean the working one?
There is a plan in there that's color coded.
Yeah, I saw that,
Yeah.
but I want to see,
No, we
I want to
need
see the
now.
existing contours.
Yep.
I want to see whatever grading was approved, if there was grading approved when this came through for the architecture. And I would like to see those sections cut through the site showing a line for the existing grade and a line for the proposed grade. For cut
Okay,
and
'cause the-
fill.
All right, because the existing
Okay.
grade is. pretty
Now,
much-
can somebody make that motion for me?
And so move on that motion.
All right, so basically it's what I had requested. And Diane has formalized that in a motion. So on that motion, Abby,
But we're holding for all those documents? Yes.
yes, oh, absolutely, definitely. So Abby's in, Val,
I,
thank you, Connie,
I,
very good, and Diane on your motion?
Aye.
Very good, and I'm in favor, so motion carries. There we go. 41 Orange Street, window revisions. And now we're gonna jump down to Stephen's still gone, so we're gonna go to Harry. who
Well,
has-
Steve, just for question, Steve sat on this to begin with, so he should be familiar with this structure rather than starting over again. This was a recent approval.
Well, but
which
Stephen
we-
said he wanted to sit off of
I
these.
know, I'd like to have the same people who are already familiar with the structure sit on it.
It's just window revisions. Is this gonna be a big deal?
Well, it apparently was the last time. It shouldn't have been.
I think I did sit on it the last time.
There you go. Carrie sat on it the last time.
I did because I thought the one window was appropriate and now
This.
Yes,
one.
this is the
Yeah,
one
yeah.
window thing. We can't do one window.
I see
All
why.
right, hey,
Yeah.
Okay.
So
look,
I put pictures in all over Orange Street, Fair Street of two large second floor windows because
Okay,
people put
so Linda,
egress
Linda,
windows in.
Linda.
I got two
Carrie's-
choices.
Carrie is sitting on
Yep.
this.
I got that.
Okay, thank you. All right, so go ahead.
We can't do one window in the middle. So I submitted pictures of people who've done the exact same thing all over Orange, Fair, Pine, Maine, where they put two egress windows up there. I've got two choices. I can enlarge the windows in the same openings, but enlarge them, and I put pictures of the interior in here. To get two equal windows that match the windows below, or I can do what we've done before and put two casements up there in the same rough openings that look like, that one's right next to us. Back up, please. That one's right next to us.
Yep.
Or I can put two casements up there that look like, because they sent me a copy of that, it should be in your file. And put two casements up there that look exactly like double hungs, because I've had to do that in these third floors. Or I can go to the original proposal, which is put two egress windows, regular windows, true divided light in the same location, but enough to get me egress, and they'll match the windows below it, like so many on Orange Street have put in, because they've all put bedrooms up in those third floors.
Okay.
So that's the point.
Okay, thank you, Linda. Let's see, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is an 1820s typical Nantucket 4-bay with a center ridge chimney. I will notate there was no date on the application, Linda.
Well, it's all in the previous
I
one.
understand, but each COA is its own thing.
Yep.
As far as the windows go, I think the photos provided in the application do it justice. Having larger windows in the top of the gable ends is not an atypical thing as seen throughout the OHD. And I would say as long as they look like double hungs and they're Boston sash TDL, I would have no concerns with that, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Holly. Angus, anything?
Thank you. Just a couple of things. There are
Put my usual objection on the record.
There are interior photos provided in the application. And it appears that there isn't a wall that would interfere with the center window location.
Really?
And the other comment is either option is acceptable, just not casement windows.
There is a wall in the middle of the one window we got approved, and it shows in the photos.
Before you get to, I believe Angus just said that he's okay with the two windows like that.
Unbelievable.
Okay.
All your applications take a long time.
Well, if I didn't have to deal with them, it'd be better.
Coincidence. Okay, so now we're to the board. Okay, do I have to?
If the windows match the windows down below,
Yeah.
which are about 5 feet,
Yep.
they're gonna hit the floor
One's in
up
a square.
there, the way they're placed. So that doesn't seem like it's a viable option.
The contractor thinks he can get it. Or they don't hit the floor.
I'm ambivalent. I don't care which way they go, as long as they're TDL.
As long as they're TDL.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Val, thank you. Abby?
I'm good with two windows, TDLs, two windows as it is now.
Not the casements, though.
Sounds like not a lot of love for the casement. So
Okay.
what I understand is you're going to be able to get two double hung windows that would meet egress, correct, Linda?
That's what he's telling me,
Who is he, by the way?
the contractor.
Who is it?
Not saying.
Just
No.
curious.
Contractor that's worked on a lot of these historic structures. That's all I'll say.
Can't say.
And it's not right to say.
Well, yeah, that's fine. It's just want to make sure that they understand. The
He
egress.
does very clearly understand this.
So if I understand it correctly, and there, I think most of the board members, I would be surprised if a board member would elect to do a casement window, even if it looks like a double hung, when you could do a double hung.
Okay.
I think that's the reality.
The only reason the casements would be a thing is if we wanted to stay in the same rough opening as opposed to.
I understand that, but it's sounding like the idea is to just go with larger double hung windows. But
Okay.
Carrie, what do you think about all this?
I'm the oddball out. I prefer, on this particular building, I think enlarging the windows and raising those headers are going to jam it up there. There was one example that was shown with 2 windows that were jammed up right up to the ridge boards. And I think that is not that appropriate. A lot of these examples have more, this
That one.
this
Yeah.
one. This one, I think, looks inappropriate. So, and I'm pretty sure this is what the new larger scale windows are going to look like. But if everyone's okay with it, then that's fine. I would just abstain because I actually am in favor of the casements, knowing that they really will never be open. They're up on the 3rd floor and the same scale of what's there. It doesn't change the visual. I've used a casement
It
with
looks
the
like a double hung.
heavy crossbar that does look like a double hung, and it works great when you have to.
And they're never open because they got the ACs going all over this house now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm actually the oddball out.
Well, and the advantage,
don't
the other
need me.
advantage is that the windows would stay the same size and
Exactly.
thus remain within the same window rough opening.
Yeah,
Same
same location.
relationship.
Same location too.
Got it. Hey, how do the remaining board members feel about that, about Carrie's?
I wasn't aware they were gonna get pushed up. That's
Yeah.
what my concern was. I thought they were gonna hit the floor, so.
That
if-
interior photo shows pretty well how far up to the ceiling they'll go. to do-
Yeah.
Yeah.
So with that in mind, I concur with Carrie.
I would too.
Yeah, I'm definitely leaning in that direction. So, so can we have a motion on this?
Motion.
Oh, go ahead, Val.
No, you go.
Motion
Oh,
to
come on, you
approve.
two, you're being so polite.
Motion to approve casements in the same rough openings, same size as the existing, with the heavy crossbar to mimic the 6/6.
Yep. And I've got a spec sheet in the file.
And those are TDLs.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so there it is. That's Carrie's motion. On Carrie's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane.
I,
Very good. Carrie on your motion.
Aye.
I'm in favor. All right, good enough.
Thank you.
Now, so did you say you're sticking around a little bit longer, Linda? Are we going to the fun stuff, the 126 Main?
You're staying until 7:30.
Yeah,
Then I'm going to go after we do 126 Main and 6 North Beach, and then I will go upstairs, and then I'll come back down at 7.
okay. Fair enough. Hey, is Steven back?
Never left, but yeah, I'll sit.
Ah, never left. Okay, so folks, we all see that we have an established board on this. Myself, Stephen, Diane, Abby, Val. Okay,
Okay.
and I
Here we
believe,
go again. You asked us to put this, to condense the scans. The scans have been in the file and reviewed by you a year ago. So here are the scans again,
right.
but he reduced them down just to the foundation levels. So Stephen's already looked at these, plus the photographs, plus the measurements on the elevations should pretty well drill this down. And what we're willing to do when we pick it up, build the foundation, Bracken's going to be all over this. I don't know if you were able to get this because I just got this today, was the top of foundation plan, which is right there.
Mhm.
And I have smaller copies for the file. But we've got, Bracken came over, shot it last week, nailed the top of foundation, and he's going to be checking the foundation as it's poured. And before the house goes back down, he's going to check the top of foundation and make sure the house doesn't get any higher than it is right now.
Okay.
That was one of the things you asked for, the scans of the foundation, which I put in the file again. Anton is really good about this stuff. I love his stuff. And then we changed the walk down on the east side to a balustered rail.
Mhm.
And we on the, if you want to go to the east elevation, guys, we enlarged that center window so it matched the other windows on the east elevation. So we finessed the east elevation. The rear elevation, which one's going to come up first here? The front. Yeah, we've tagged everything on the front. We've tagged the benchmark across the street. Here's the west elevation. The west elevation, there's some comments that it was fancy. Stay up there, please. Go back up,
Yeah.
back up. If you see the existing, which is sort of faded up on the screen, there are 4 windows in the addition. We're adding 1 or 2 windows on the main body because we took out the double French doors, which I thought was fluffy. And we put a window in where there was a double French door. We reduced the height of the French door to 7 feet. They're all the same height now without being excessively high. And that was pretty much on the west elevation. So if we go to the south elevation, which I believe is next, guys. South elevation. We went ahead and split the windows. The windows were already reduced in size because they were oversized. All the French doors have been corrected with a kick plate and the 12 lights. We split those side windows, which are smaller, away from the French door, so it doesn't look like a wall of glass. And I believe that is pretty much what we were asked to do. We put more details on the chimney to reuse the brick to the extent possible, and we do have brick inside that is probably not as porous as some of it. So we're going to use that, and if we have to augment the brick after we reconstruct it, like kind is to get water struck brick, distressed brick, so it matches the rest of the brick, so it doesn't look like some odd thing up there. This is the east side. You can see the baluster and you can see the center window was made to be the same size. If you want to go back to the west elevation again. There was something else we did here. Well, I want to ask about the rubble that shows on the west elevation only for about 13 feet. Everything else is painted gray, like most of the formal houses on Main Street, whether they're brick or brick and rubble, or whether they're just rubble. Almost all of them are painted, the more formal houses. This is a formal front that they constructed on the original part that moved in from Sherburne. And we didn't know if you wanted us to paint this side because it is the only area of open rubble that is not painted. All the rubble on the east side is completely painted gray all the way back.
All right.
So we were a little concerned
down in
about that.
West, and I'll ask the board members on that.
There was something else we did on the west side. I'm trying to think of what it was.
Let's hurry it along because this is going to be a long discussion.
Well, hang on one second. I'm going to check my notes just to make sure we didn't leave anything out. Oh, yes. If you look on the west, the rear part of that west, the addition that's replacing the existing 1996 addition, you'll see, especially you, Abby, we cut it off. We moved, it was on one whole wall between the bottom floor and that wart on the back. We set the wart on the back in and put a corner board there so it isolates that addition. So it doesn't look like one long piece on the first floor. So, and you can see what it used to look like down on the lower left before, where it was all one plane. We took that piece off the back, set it in a couple of feet and put the corner board back on this piece. So it looks like an addition all by itself and not some long thing that didn't look right.
Okay. Very good. Thank you, Linda. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is the E.W. Cobb, Arthur B. Collins house. There is an HDC survey on file indicating that it's contributing circa 1750, typical Nantucket. I want to notate for the commission that there is a notation on the HDC survey that indicates that it's said to have been moved from Old Sherburne, as we've all mentioned previously. It was originally a 4-bay typical Nantucket house. It's now a 3-bay. Not sure when that happened, but I think that's interesting. In 1897, quote, the kitchen L was turned into its present location. And then obviously in 96, that rear L was redone. And then one of note on the HDC surveys that this is the date of initial construction believed to be before the Revolution. Appreciate the explanation revisions along with the laser scan details of the existing foundation. I think they're very helpful. As it's been noted, those laser scans were provided to the commission of the entire house last year, but having these details of the foundation as the commission had asked for is very helpful. It shows the existing historic foundation that is at least, 100-year plus characteristic of this dwelling. The benchmark by the surveyor that we received is also very beneficial. It's also very telling. And I believe, and if I'm correct on this, from looking at a lot of plans over the years, that it's showing the existing footprint versus the proposed. Would you mind going to that for a second? That site plan, the one from Bracken that we just got. Yeah, that one. Yeah, so you can tell the changes in footprint. So here and here, and I just wanted to point that out from a ground cover perspective in relationship to the addition. The plans indicate the off-center ridge chimney now is to be rebuilt. I just wanted to, I'm just curious on the chimney itself. Does that mean it's going to be faux? Because I don't believe it's part of the program, but appreciate the retention of existing brick as much as possible, a like-kind repair. Appreciate the window notations to be TDL, as I mentioned throughout this review process. TDL is important, especially within the OHD and on a historic structure. And appreciate the notation of maintaining the existing threshold. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Just to clarify, Mr. Chair, through you, the TDL windows are going to remain or be redone on the main body of the house and the north side of the addition. But the west side of the addition, which is not visible, and the back side of the addition are going to be wood, but SDLs.
Okay,
Since they're not visible at all, and we've allowed this before.
Linda, thank you. Let's see, Angus.
Thank you. The revisions weren't available in view packet in time for our group to see what they were, but I believe that Holly's mentioned pretty much everything.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very much. Okay, so I believe there's probably some people in the queue that want to speak, and maybe in the audience. I'm not sure. I can't really tell. But anyway, for those of you on Zoom, if you want to speak, unmute yourself, name for the record, and I would like comments to be succinct and relevant to what the HCC's purview is. So yes, sir. Kevin, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Excellent. Thanks. So hello, commissioners and HDC staff. Kevin Toth here again from 128 Main Street. My family and our neighbors are continuing to follow this Main Street development with great concern. Frustratingly, despite the HDC's generous accommodation of this application to allow it to be discussed at the beginning of the old business agenda, not only this week, but also last week, the revisions still fail to address critical comments from the HDC, all of which affect the appearance of this important historic home from Main Street, one of Nantucket's most well-known streets and most publicly traveled ways. I'll make my comments brief. This is certainly a truncated version. As an initial matter, and as the HDC previously noted, the submitted plans don't show the changes against this existing historic structure, which make it confusing to understand what is now being proposed. Additionally, the elevations don't clearly show how the additions and other changes would be visible to those walking along Main Street. For example, the plan heights on the submitted drawings are pixelated and blurry, while it clearly states the existing height of the main ridge to be at 26 feet 4 inches and the existing addition ridge to be at 24 feet 4 inches. It is unclear whether the proposed plans remain at those heights. The pixelated blurry plan on page 7 also makes it unclear what is going on with the parking area, which even the applicant's representative conceded is not required by the town and is just something the applicant wants.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman, we've already approved the parking area.
The curb cut is proposed to be right along the south of Main Street where cars can legally park. So this curb cut would eliminate a public legal parking space in a highly trafficked area and replace it with a private parking space for the sole benefit of one.
Sorry, Kevin. The parking thing is not germane to what we're reviewing right now. I understand you have concerns, but just on the house, okay?
Yes, sir. It's just in the plans. So for efficiency, I'll highlight just a couple of the largest points that the HTC requested. that the applicant remedy at the last two meetings, but are still not addressed. So the north elevation, the side addition, which faces Main Street, has not been narrowed since either the February 21st or March 2014 meetings. It is still nearly 15 feet wide, just as it was the last two meetings. The size of this addition was rejected by the HDC not only at the last meeting, but at the February 21st meeting as well. The fact is that it hasn't been reduced since either meeting and is still too wide when viewed from Main Street. Notably, even the applicant's February 21st plans state the addition will not appear to be similar from the publicly traveled way. At the 21st meeting, the applicant's representative confirmed that the applicant is willing to reduce the size of the addition, but the new plans still, after two meetings, failed to reflect any reduction in the addition that was rejected. On the west elevation, which is clearly visible from Main Street, as had been noted in the February 21st meeting, the west addition is still too massive. The new addition is nearly 20 feet, whereas the existing addition is only 12 feet, 8 inches. This represents an approximately 60% increase in width, all of which can be seen from one of Nantucket's most publicly traveled and historic ways. Lastly, I'd also like to quickly flag that the site plans are yet again misleading, as the 7th page of the PDF shows that the existing historic garage structure will be demoed, which the HTC has specifically denied. This was
Point of
brought
order,
up at
Mr. Chairman, that's a
meeting,
separate
but
lot
it's
and a
still not
separate
been remedied.
application.
This is inappropriate in the middle of comment.
It's inappropriate to bring
Oh,
up a
but
different
no,
lot
We
Yeah,
are.
but it's in your plans.
Well,
on a
This was
separate
brought
lot.
up at this was
we're
brought up
right
at
the
last
moment,
week's.
Kevin, with all due respect, we're reviewing the house right now, not the garage. So continue.
All right, I'll skip forward. Like last week, I've only mentioned a few items in an effort to keep this application's discussion to a minimum, given that there are yet again sufficient grounds to deny it as proposed. The instructions were to go back and listen to all of the comments laid out by the HDC, but this didn't happen again, even though the HDC has been so patient and accommodating with this application. Sadly, these plans don't appear to appreciate that Main Street, in the heart of Nantucket's old historic district, must be treated with special care so as not to disturb the historic streetscape, which these plans clearly do. As always, we look to you to help guide the way. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Kevin. Sarah, your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to be extremely brief because I can sense your patience level is being tested. I'm going to just say that I echo Holly's comments and those of Mr. Toth. I think he's covered it. I don't think the changes have been fully responsive to all the concerns that the commission has raised at the last few hearings. And I don't think that this project is quite there yet in terms of approval. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. Anyone else? And I'm looking at the overview of the room there, and I'm not seeing anybody in the room. So anyone on? Is there anyone in the room?
There were just a couple here who've been here every meeting, including the ones we didn't go forward with, but they didn't want to say anything. Okay.
Okay. Anybody else, or it's going to go over to the board? All right. Sounds like we're heading to the board. Board members, love to hear your thoughts. All right. I got to pick somebody.
I'll go.
Thank you, Stephen.
Okay, can we go to the demo? I'm concerned, I don't have a copy of these to review digitally. So the elevation drawings. So that's a bit of a concern.
They were in the packet.
No.
It's in there. They've been in there since last
It's not
week.
set up like yours.
Wow.
But
There is no, by the way, somebody keeps mentioning that there's a demo plan. The walls are not being demolished. The only things that are being demolished are the 1996 side and rear elevations.
Linda. Stephen has the floor right now.
I know, but there's been brought up with a demo plan. There is no demo
Okay.
plan because
All
we're
right,
not doing that.
If Stephen brings that
On
up.
the back and the
we're gonna
side, the 1996s
Hey.
are coming off.
Please.
Stephen, it is.
The walls are
Stephen-
staying.
Stephen has the floor. Stephen, continue. Thank you.
Okay, so I've just been given something that is a different link though. This isn't the landing
Okay.
page.
Fair enough.
Is that not a demo right there?
So in any event, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm going to need to look at the demo, so I'm going to reserve circle back comments on that.
Okay. That's
Um,
fair enough.
The concerns with respect to demo, though, currently are this concept of a faux chimney. Whereas the last submission was that this would come in as a rebuilt chimney, reutilizing as much as the brick is possible.
That's the case.
There's a couple other things. One is we discussed, I'm kind of backing in, we discussed the laser imagery. I think that it is meaningful. I'm glad it's been included. I do believe that we need a mock-up on the site to, as a final approval before the foundation rebuilding begins. I have concerns about can we go to the site plan from the excerpt of a survey?
Are we talking about the top of foundation one?
This
Yeah,
one.
he didn't have the right footprint. He just wanted to show you where the existing.
Okay, thank you.
That's existing right now.
Thank you.
Somewhat. sort of.
So my concerns are kind of multiple here. I think it's going to be required, and this isn't just for the HCC's benefit, it's to protect you guys. This should be a survey drawing that's stamped. It shouldn't be a piece of a drawing that's in a Microsoft Word document without the surveyor's
All
information.
right, well, he sent that to you.
Let me
Linda,
finish
stop.
my comments. I get that. I'm just articulating particular concerns so that we can hopefully move this forward one way or the other. In addition to that, the existing finished floor, it appears that the nomenclature is different. We're using different terminology to say it differently. The proposed shows a finished floor of 54.9. The existing top of floor is shown at 54, 54.2, and 54 point either J or 3. I'm going to go with 3. So the highest difference, the differential on that for the structure as proposed is 9 inches, and the shortest change in height is 6 inches. I want as appropriate, I deem is appropriate, that the height of the finished floor doesn't change. And we also need to have clear that the abbreviation should be the same, and they should be stacked over one another, proposed versus existing.
On the same
On
floor
the
plan?
same drawing, very simple. This shouldn't be like word art where, you have the refrigerator and you have different like letters and words put in different areas. It should just be like a construction drawing that lists heights and it shows where they are very clearly, very easy to discern. And the most important point is the finished floor elevation that is proposed should match the existing. And of course, it goes without saying, the existing should be actually what's out there. I believe those comments pertain to not only the finished floor of the structure on the first floor, but the finished floor of the existing stoop and the existing grade at the base of the stoop. Because those were all 3 fundamental concerns that have been expressed consistently by the commission.
Are you saying you want the interior where that floor is on the interior is not within your jurisdiction? You're just talking about the exterior top of foundation, correct?
No.
Well, you have no jurisdiction on the
Mr.
inside.
Chair, may I?
I'm just,
Yeah.
I want to know what he tell
Hang
Bracken.
on. I know exactly what
I
Stephen's saying.
really didn't want to get into a debate on this. The HCC's jurisdiction relates to the interior floor by virtue of the fact that the door threshold will be at a
Correct.
certain height.
Correct.
That threshold, we can go off the existing door threshold if you prefer, as opposed to the finished floor height.
Yeah.
I don't really mind one way or the other. But the point is that we're documenting the existing conditions and we're documenting that the proposed is going to match the existing conditions. It gives everyone a clear benchmark, which is the intention. And there's no potential for going back and forth after the fact. If someone disputes it, you guys are covered. The HCC understands obviously what's going to happen, and you have a clear understanding of our expectation. So it covers a lot of different potential issues with one simple document with simple notations that the surveyor should be able to append onto that very easily. Mock-up I mentioned. I don't believe that the granite rubble should be painted on the sides.
On which
I do
west side,
on the
like you
side
had-
of the structure where the rubble is. I don't
Well, it's
believe,
on both sides, but it's painted on the east and not painted on the west.
I don't believe that the granite on the sides should be painted.
Both sides?
On the sides of the structure, yes, both sides.
Hmm.
I mentioned the chimney that I'm gonna look at the demo elevations. I may, I'm gonna reserve comments for that. The other thing I just want to clarify, Appendix C came up recently in some discussion where some terms that are defined there. Holly, this is obviously a contributing structure. However, it has not been deemed by the HDC to be either significant or protected. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Those definitions and the reason I bring them up should speak for themselves. Those are my chairs, Mr. Chair. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Trying to be quick.
Yeah, the finished floor thing was very informative. Okay, who's next? Come on.
Yeah, threshold is important.
I only have a few things. So I think the right-hand mask could come in, just shave off a little bit more to give the historic mask its due. I think the TDL windows should be throughout, even on the east side. And I actually think that the foundation should be painted around the corners so that it's uniformly gray. And
I know.
did you not understand?
No, it was contrary to what Steve said, so I'm just writing it
Right.
down.
Yeah, no, I just.
And the RTDL on the east side.
Well, but
You
they're
said they were
not-
going to be SDL. on
SDL in the back of the structure. That's
Oh,
it. South side.
okay. Oh, I see. I thought it was on the
No, those are TDLs.
driveway. Yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
All
Okay.
right, Abby, thank you. Diane?
Yeah, I have a few. I think it's a lot to put all together and come out with the right answer. So I tried to come down with the chimney. I think should not be a faux chimney. I thought we agreed that it would be a real chimney.
Yeah.
I think the right-hand mast should come into what we have been asking for several times, as the butter said. I think that all the windows in this house should be TDLs, not here and there another thing. It's a historic house. Holly, may I ask you when it was built again?
Circa 1750.
And does it have a description of being a very good house to fit into our historical picture? What is it
On the 1989 HGC survey, it's listed as contributing.
contributing?
Yes, and I will remind the commission too that we know that the existing windows in the structure are not original.
We know that.
Yeah, we've had a survey done of those.
But I think if we're trying to keep it together, sort of, it would be better to do the whole thing and have the windows if we could. I was also questioning the foundation in the corner where they said it had to be lifted so it could be rebuilt. How wide is that foundation? How many feet is that foundation in bad shape?
All of it. There isn't a foundation in the back. It's all of it. They've looked at all of it. And you can't take the dirt out of the upper level in the back half of the house
All right,
without it doing this, because there's no foundation there.
let's let Diane continue.
That's why. It's all bad. They said the minute we touch it, it's going to cave in.
Diane, continue.
I would like to see specifics.
They're in the file. I'll submit them
Oh,
again, but
Linda, stop.
it's
Diane,
there.
I've gone through this. I didn't see anything. I saw a thing saying it should be done and our scanner wouldn't go in until it was done and all that.
Pictures again.
But I think I would like just to see a specific letter saying that this has to be done and the foundation is 20 feet wide and 8 feet dirt and what's dirt and what's not. And I cannot give you an answer to everything that should be done. I'd like, those are specific things that I've been following that I would like to see considered.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Let's see, that leaves you, Val, right?
Okay. I really took a long time today to look at this and decide what I wanted to say about it. So that my comments are clear and when there's disputes down the road, we're not, accused of being arbitrary for not scrutinizing the application well enough. Am I to understand something that was just said, that if it's of a certain vintage, it's 1750, but it's not labeled as significant, although contributing, it is not to be scrutinized in the same way as something that's individually significant?
It needs to fulfill 3 requirements. That was Stephen's point.
Actually, no, yes and no. The reason I asked is because, yes, a significant structure has greater weight, much as an abutter has greater weight than a member of the public. A protected structure, which can only be protected if it's significant, has the greatest level of protection. Both protected and significant only come when the HDC votes to make them significant and then to raise the level to protected. It's not something that happens with the Secretary of Interior standards.
I don't recall ever doing that.
No,
I'm just saying, so.
No, or those little things on the building?
Yeah,
That's different.
well, that's
We
from the
could if we-
NHA or
that's Mary.
NPT. Those are
All right,
different.
well, so I find it confusing because I would think something from 1750 is pretty darn significant.
We're not saying it's not.
Linda, please stop interrupting.
Mr. Chair, through you to Val, just on that point, I'm actually going by the 1989
Survey.
HDC survey. So I'm putting faith in the
Mattress.
board at that particular time that said this structure is just contributing.
And can I make one more clarification? Yeah, I'm not suggesting there isn't significance to the structure.
Right.
I'm just looking at the definitions of the words. And we recently had something on appeal. And
Mhm.
I think our diligence is to determine, is this labeled, deemed by the HDCs prior to us as significant? And if so, did they then take the next step to deem it protected? That I could find no record of any reference to it in the files. And so it doesn't have those protections. I'm not suggesting that an old home isn't significant. I'm talking about the specific definitions and the relevance of the definitions. That's all.
Do we know why
Well,
a building at this age would
Hang, hang.
have one or the other?
It might have to do with the additions that were put
Hey.
in back.
Through you,
Val,
Mr.
it's back to Val,
Yeah, thank you.
please.
Thank you. So in trying to understand that, I reread all of those secretary standards today, and I don't see this coming under any of their categories: preservation, rehabilitation, restoration, or reconstruction. In my mind, this is a demolition and a completely new house with the disguise of an existing old house. As we know, the interior is completely gone and it obliterates any of its former integrity. Keeping the 4 walls or corners of the original structure, I don't see as being a preservation at all. And to quote something Holly said at our recent appeal, the Section 2 of the Special Act is not being followed through preservation and protection of historic buildings, which was cited as something we were remiss in doing. So I am trying to be very careful with something that I think due to its age is significant, whether it's labeled that way or not. And I feel that it's our job to make certain all buildings are compatible with the buildings adjacent to them and contribute to the overall harmony of the street, and to encourage new buildings or additions reflect the traditions and character of historic buildings and are themselves in high quality design for the area, and to encourage they fit in the neighborhood. I also think and this is a quote from Building with Nantucket in mind, when property owners build with only the concerns of their own aspirations and advantage, the result of the structure does not belong with this environment and diminishes the attractiveness and unity of the island. I'm disappointed that the applicants cannot arrive at a solution that will fit into the spirit of the traditional neighborhood and the architectural language in this area. I feel there is really nothing left to this house except a Disneyland model of what some part of it used to be.
Is that it, Val?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to
Thank you.
reserve the right to respond to that. We're kind of
Of course
concerned
you
about
are.
that now because we're
Well,
not
wait,
demolishing
no.
the house.
Hey.
I don't know
get-
where this is coming from.
I get
Look
to
at the
speak.
plan that you gave us. The whole inside is gone.
Val.
Inside is not your jurisdiction. I
get to
understand
speak.
that.
Okay.
I understand.
Hey, I get to speak. Okay, so I'm with Stephen on the survey thing with regard, and this just talking about the interior of the building. If the idea is to rebuild the foundation, which by the way, I am in favor, if this wasn't clear before, I'm in favor of rebuilding the foundation because I think it's the right thing to do for an old house. I want it done to Stephen's point, we have the laser stuff, but we also need to have samples of both the brick and the stone that the board can approve to make sure that that aspect of it is going to be carried through and it's going to be done in the proper manner. But I do believe that putting a new foundation under this is the right thing to do to an old house. Now, with respect to the finished floor, the fact that there is a fairly large discrepancy between the existing finished floor and the large finished floor means that, things are moving around. And that was not at all the intention. The idea was to keep the finished floor where it is. And one could argue, oh, well, that doesn't matter because you're not concerned with the interior of the building. But you are concerned with the interior of the building insofar as it connects to the outside of the building, particularly at the front door and the stoop that leads down from the front door to the grade. So again, revise the notations on the floor levels so that we have a front door threshold that is what it is right now, and the new one should match that. Similarly, we should have where the front stoop is, what that elevation, the new one should match that one, and the bottom of the staircase, that should match. All of those things should match, which means that you can't be dropping the interior floor down because you've got, unless you want to step up a step to the front door from the inside, which I don't think you want to do, that's what we're looking for. So the main thing for me on this project is how to treat the foundation and how to put the house back down on the foundation and the quality of the foundation that goes in. For now, let's leave the foundation on the west side unpainted because it's
Okay.
unpainted now.
Just a question, Mr. Chairman, for you
Okay,
on
quick.
this.
Right quick.
The threshold obviously is an issue for you guys. It's going to stay where it is, but I'm gonna have to look at that demo plan because we're not demolishing the structure.
Okay.
There's
All right.
one other aspect that came up.
But now I want to.
Oh, we've done this before, Mr. Chairman, where we put new foundations underneath and then we have given the mock-up on the new foundation and had us, because I had to do it, and we had to go look at the mock-up once the house is back down on the foundation and threshold has been pegged
Personally, I'm
on the
okay.
foundation.
I understand what you're saying and I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Because the concrete portion of the foundation is not going to be at all visible.
No, it's
Uh,
poured.
anyway,
Yeah.
So, yeah. So now the only other thing I want to say is about the windows, and that is TDL. What you proposed is fine with me. TDL on the front and STL on the back, particularly given that the windows have all been replaced anyway. So that's all I have to say on this. Now, so you have a lot of different opinions about priorities and things like that. So one of you clever board members is going to need to craft a motion for me. And I really don't want this to turn into another 4-year endeavor. I'm not suggesting that somebody approve this tonight, but
Well, it sounds like we're holding for revisions, but I
To-
don't know the technical term. I mean, do you want a benchmark so that we know that it's going back to the original height, the front stoop?
well, all the information is actually on that drawing.
On
right?
that drawing on the
But
screen.
what we're saying is you have to tailor some of those numbers because we don't want the new finished floor to go up or down vis-a-vis the existing floor.
So
And
how do we
also-
make sure that?
And to add on to that,
Yeah,
both Steve and I have requested benchmarks for the existing stoop and the the bottom of the staircase.
I'll go.
Sorry. who's
I'll
the-
try motion.
Oh, Stephen, yeah, go ahead.
All right, so bear with me. So motion to hold for revisions, overarching concern is to address the inappropriate items, consensus voiced items at the meeting tonight.
Mostly foundation, correct?
I think foundation,
Yep.
to be more clear, foundation was, no, paint on the foundation, which I think is a very minor issue, but
Okay.
important overall. The correction, a correct drawing of the finished floor elevations or finished threshold, door threshold, and the finished stoop elevation, both and the base of the stoop elevation, both proposed and existing on a surveyed drawing. The chimney was always being discussed as a rebuild.
Yep, that's what it is.
The, and I just want to back up on so this is like, there's too much to put into a motion. I'm going to say we
I got
need,
it.
a motion is to have, based upon discussion tonight and the consensus items that are on the record, on the videotape, a largely approvable drawing, set of drawings and additional information at the next hearing. I think that that's fair. We're on tape. You can go through it. You can figure out what we want, who said what, and put it together. You're a pro, you know what's going on, but we got to move this on.
Yep.
Yeah, I got it. I got the
We got to move it
confusion
to a
there.
point where we're not having, when I say move it on.
Yep.
I want to be clear, we need to move this to a point where there aren't more questions. It's done. This is your final proposal and we're going to make a decision on it. And that's what I mean when I say we have to move this on. Okay,
Right.
fair enough?
Now is
Motion
that
to get it ready to move it on.
Okay.
Because we don't
Okay.
want to construct during the summer, but that's where we are.
Okay, so Stephen, that is your motion.
Yeah.
Okay, on Stephen's motion, Diane,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Stephen on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, let's give Beach Street a whirl. Board on this. The same lucky board.
That's the regular board, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Stephen gave us a very detailed list last week.
I'm here.
Yes, he did.
You're still here?
I'm here. Yep. Go ahead.
Okay. And we addressed every single thing on there, and I sent out the list ahead of time so you guys had a chance to look at it. We changed the ridge directions on the wings to run the same direction as the main mass. We lowered the height of the wings from 19.9 from grade to 18 feet from grade, with the mass of the building having a height of 17 feet. No saltbox elements are there anymore. Pulled the wings in 18 inches from the front and rear plane, so they do separate themselves from that mast, so it's not one long row. We lowered the height of the main mast from 27.6 from grade to 25.6 from grade, with the mast of the building having a height of 22 feet. The ones around them are all 30 feet. Note, the other three existing buildings have a height of 30 feet. Side lights of the French doors are fixed and the panes will resemble door panes. That was a big bone of contention. Lowered the assembly of the batten doors. Steve's already seen all this. Lowered the assembly of the batten doors so it's on top of the doors. Removed the framing aspect from the batten doors and the cross bracing. We reduced the height of the French doors to 7 feet from 8. Reduced the overall plate heights by 1 foot plus. The dormers were 8 inches off the ridge, given the low height of the building at 22 feet. We have now dropped them 1 foot 11 inches. So they're almost 2 feet off the ridge now. We made the top of the windows and the dormers tie into the fascia. Windows flanking the French door had our height to match the doors. Added a trim band on the front above the French doors. Ridge of the main mast is more definitive. It was hard to see in the previous drawing. Shingle patterns removed from the plan to simplify the drawings. We reduced the depth of the raised deck by 2 feet. The plunge pool is only 7 feet by 13 with a depth of 48 inches because it cannot touch the ground. So it is not a swimming pool. It is actually a plunge pool because you can't go any lower because of the floodplain. Thus, it is not a swimming pool in the true sense. Reduce the outer edge of the pool to 0 edge to eliminate any opportunity to walk around the former narrow edge, which was a safety concern by the board on the north side of the pool. So we went through the list and you can see up there on the screen that the ridges are all running the same direction and the pitches are all the same now. And these wings are very small compared to the main mast, which itself is not that big at 22 feet.
Yep.
So the planting plan is up next, which you will see how everything's hidden. And there's a grade change between North Beach Street and this deck. And it goes up in between the other two buildings, which I think you'll see on the landscape plan. So the pool isn't visible from Dolphin plunge pool, and it's not visible from North Beach because of the grade change and because it's in between the two narrow buildings and up on the rise in the back.
You know, we're going to put a proviso in there anyway. So, you know.
Yeah, not visible at the time of
that makes
inspection.
sense.
And it won't be visible even without the screening, but
Okay.
there you go. And the handicap access is on that deck to the left of the entrance as you're looking at that elevation up there right now on the screen. We have a lift for the handicap
Oh,
accessibility.
yeah, yeah. Got
Because
it.
in this building is a handicap room.
Understood. Okay. Thank you, Linda. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate the changes as the commission had requested. I do believe every single minute detail that the commission asked for has been addressed. I specifically appreciate lowering the raised deck and reducing this to the water feature, I guess, to a spa and not a pool. My main, and as well as bringing the entire height down lower than the two flanking existing structures on the lot. Again, for the record, this structure is infill within the historic district. It should comply with Resilient Nantucket. And specifically we would need an engineered letter with the ferment on file. So if the commission is so inclined to give an approval tonight, I would request that as a condition.
Yeah.
Thank
we're
you.
ready
Those
for
are my
that.
comments, Mr. Chair.
We're ready for that, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Angus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the only other application in tonight's agenda that we didn't have in time to be able to review when we met. So we'll withhold comment.
Well, I do have to say, if you haven't been following along, and I'm going to taint the opinion of the board, but it's dramatically different from last week's proposal.
And it's a better plan, thanks to you guys. so.
Much better, dramatically different in a positive way.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Angus. Okay, board members. Same lucky board.
I'll go.
Thanks.
I appreciate the changes. I appreciate when people listen to us and it's perfectly appropriate now.
Okay. Thank you, Val. Oliver, who's next?
I'll go, because I
Oh.
agree with Val that they've done certainly list 18 things we asked for, and they seem to be here.
All right. Diane, thank you. Who's next?
Abby?
Abby, Stephen,
Yeah, I'm fine with the change, nothing to add.
Stephen?
I agree with Abby, who agrees with Diane, who agrees with Val.
And I
That was
agree with
simple.
Stephen, who agrees with Abby, who agrees with Diane, who agrees with Val, who I think agrees with me. So really, I think this is approvable. The only thing we're gonna want to do is put in a proviso for our usual water feature thing saying, not visible at time of
Yep.
You know what I'm saying.
Yep.
So should we move this one along finally?
I'll make a motion.
Oh, and I appreciate Stephen being a hard ass the last time around. See, it works. So. Yeah, there
I
you go.
make a motion to
Thank you all.
approve with the
Not
the
visible?
pool caveat, can't be
Yeah.
seen at time of inspection or spa or whatever it is in perpetuity forever and ever thereafter.
There you go. That
Works for
sounds
me.
good.
And engineered letter.
Oh,
Oh,
and
yeah,
an
the
engineered
engineer-
letter
which I-
regarding the
Yep.
FEMA.
To meet our FEMA
Yeah.
expectations.
Yeah, it's resilient Nantucket. We've already met the FEMA with the Concom, but the resilient Nantucket is another layer.
Okay, so that is Val's motion. On Val's motion, Abby.
Aye.
Very good. Diane.
Aye.
Super. Stephen.
Aye.
Val on your motion.
Aye.
In favor. Okay, should we?
Do I get credit for how short that was?
Yeah.
Might have used up your
you
credits.
know, love you to death if you can do more of these.
Ray, I've
so
got to go upstairs. Are you going to be
Uh,
here till
you
7:30?
you don't want to do the hardscape?
Oh, the hardscape, yeah.
I mean, let's just pay this bill. So I don't even remember having much discussion about the hardscape to be.
No, we have it because we were sort of waiting for the building to be set. Also stay there. Oh, there's a colored one too, but it's, there we go. It's, the gates coming in off of North Beach Street. That's where the handicap access is, and that's where the main gate is. So there's a gate proposed there with a fence. There's, various gates in here, and there's a lot of planting going on in here. And then we got the brick parking lot off of the brick road, which is Dolphin Court. And, we have the path of travel for the handicap accessibility because we do have a handicap parking space in the brick. So you can
Mhm.
see the line of the blue stone going over to where the lift is on that northeast corner of the new building and the walkway coming in. So there's not a whole lot of hardscape, but the hardscape is really related to handicap path of travel because there's also a handicap room in the for Dolphin Court on the left. So we've got some fencing, there is existing fencing, and we've got, the retaining walls are going to be rebuilt and the retaining walls are existing. So they're not getting any bigger and they're going to be the same stone. There are pictures of that in there. So it's pretty, pretty calm compared to some of the plantings down there.
Okay. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So based on obviously the recent approval with the building and the deck, I think the visibility of the pool will be subdued. And hopefully, obviously with the caveat, it's not going to be seen. It would be nice to actually, I don't think, and correct me if I'm wrong, there might be photos that we've received previously, but on the visibility itself from how the site looks now. My main concern is on just this proposal here. I know this went through planning board and all that, but I wanted to make the point that, again, anything that's proposed within the town right away requires town admin and or select board approval, that this commission obviously can voice its concerns on the material, but at the end of the day, anything proposed within their right away, they need their approval on it first.
Yeah, the town's aware of it. We have been speaking to people. The planning board is aware of it. They notified them and it is within the roadway layout, and it is brick because the whole
Yep.
strip there is brick already.
Yep.
So it's going to be matching brick.
Obviously, consistency with materials is important. So those
Yeah.
are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right. Angus, is this another one that you were unable to access?
We did look at this one and
We
we were,
did.
we were concerned about the vine planter on the gate that is off of Dolphin Court that just seemed contrived.
Did you say the vine planter?
Yeah, it's an interesting situation on that side. There is a gate that was required in the legal settlement with the neighbors on Dolphin Court, which is why
Yeah.
this has been held up for months,
Okay.
that it will be closed
Oh, I see.
when it's not in use and then open, so it slides. And so we put greenery on it to keep it from being, a metal gate, but it had to be put there to slide it back and forth.
Okay. Angus, anything further to say on that?
No, thank you.
Okay. Thanks for pointing that out. So it's to the board.
I just didn't understand that last part about sliding gate with ivy on it.
Okay, so on Dolphin
There's a
Court,
photo somewhere.
Oh, well, it would be great to see because I know what it sort of looks like, but
It's on, I believe that,
it's rather
that
than
page.
having wood
Yeah,
or
there
a
it is.
metal sliding thing.
yeah. It's instead of doing a chain link, we put greenery in it. So it sort of hides it.
Like the stuff they do on everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's number 3, sliding courtyard gate.
Yeah. We're required to do that with our settlement there.
Point of information.
Yes.
That there's a gate there now, it's hinged and it's not unattractive. I'm not adverse to the vining, but I would only request that the planters be on the interior, not the exterior. It's basically a gate with flower
Oh, yeah, of
boxes.
course.
Right.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
so I just wanted to be clear.
Yeah. Okay. Any more comments on this one?
Yeah, is that a main gate or is that a secondary or what?
It's the gate. You can see where the parking space is up there, the brick parking space. It's to close it off from Dolphin Court because they didn't want to see it. It's a vehicular access gate,
Number 3.
North Beach Street. Yeah. This took us months to get this straightened out with the neighbors.
Does that satisfy your question, Abby?
Yeah, but I'd like to hear what other board members have to say about it.
Okay. Who would like to begin or continue?
I'll go.
Thanks, Stephen.
I have no concern so long as the gate flower boxes are in the interior of the gate.
Okay.
And of course, the pool isn't visible at time of inspection or thereafter.
Yeah. It's not part of the hardscape.
No, I know, but I'm
Okay.
just re-emphasizing. I know we already proved it with that condition,
Yep.
but since it's on the drawing, I'm commenting.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Stephen. Who's next?
I think my concern was merely the fencing, the 6-foot solid board fence that's pictured there is not something that we typically approve. We tend to do the 5-in-1, which is next to it.
Where is that, Val? Is that on the back side of the new building?
I don't know where it is. I'm just looking at the
Oh,
picture.
so on the site.
Yeah, it's existing fence, just so you know. We're
No,
just
it's-
replacing it and the person behind us required it.
Down this corner.
Yeah, it's
The
just that corner.
existing Fence shows a board and lattice. And the fence that you want to put up is labeled number 5. And
Correct.
it says 6-foot solid
Board
board fence,
fence.
good side toward a butter. That is not a typical fence
I
outlined like that.
Right.
we're fine with it either way because the neighbor behind us wanted a solid 6-foot fence as part of their concerns through the planning board. So we're just, instead of making a 5-in-1, where she feels you can see through the top, we're putting just that one corner with a 6-foot fence, which isn't really visible from Dolphin Court and it's not visible from North Beach Street because it's behind all the buildings and about 150 feet away from the road. So it's
Right.
just that corner that we're
Let's
putting back
let's
for
not
her.
belabor this.
Yeah,
Val, you
aside-
okay?
Mr. Chair, could I just ask for a clarification through you from Bill?
Yeah.
Without a lot of back and forth with the applicant's agent, please. This, you're
I think that's
adverse to,
impossible, Stephen.
you're adverse to the concept of the 6-foot fence or that it's picture framed in between the posts versus more traditional
Straight board.
straight board.
Yeah, that's fine.
I just want to make sure I understand, that's all.
Yeah,
Okay.
So
Take the
that's,
top
that's the
rail off.
concern.
and because it's 6 feet, we typically don't do that.
Right,
Okay.
and then if we do it with a vining plan.
Board and lattice or something,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay, thank you. I just wanted to be,
I'll take the picture frame off
I
it.
understood.
All right, so Val, anything else?
No,
Okay. Anyone else in the group have any concerns on this thing?
All right, I'm gonna make a motion through staff to approve, subject to the fence, proposed 6-foot fence to be typical
Mhm.
board fence and to include vining material every other section along its length.
On the neighbor side?
Yeah, we usually do a cutout at the bottom and you plan on your side, it'll go right up.
Okay.
Doesn't have to be a big cutout.
Did you want to include your thing about the planter piece being on the inside?
On the inside?
Oh, yeah,
Yep.
your gate flower box is on the interior only.
Got it.
All right, okay, that's Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Val, Abby,
I'm a nay.
okay, Diane,
Aye, yes, aye.
okay, thank you. Stephen, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. Okay, that passes. So now that you've got a whole bunch of Mariner Way stuff that you want to hold, right?
Well, no, I'll keep going. I've already missed most of that meeting upstairs. I'll watch it on YouTube.
I was so looking forward to getting
know.
somebody else.
Yeah, he could go for a dinner break and
Well, I am going to be going for a dinner break in a little.
I know, I was hoping you'd come back.
Uh,
Through staff.
All right, so here we go, Mariner Way.
Yeah.
Did Linda leave?
I have it printed. Oh. I made notes on it.
Right, I think you have the Feingold Alexander on your screen.
Linda, are you there?
Yes.
She's here.
She's not standing by a microphone. I can barely hear her.
I handed out the changes made to these structures,
Okay,
so they had a hard copy.
we're to Mariner Way. Let's go.
Okay. Also in your packets, if you had a chance to review all the material in the packets, were the structures that were previously approved for this entire subdivision, except for 2, because they decided not to build them themselves. They only build 1 and 3. The relative heights of these structures are 29 feet. They also they were also allowed to go 1 foot shorter than we have to go because the FEMA maps changed and the requirements changed. So we have a 1 foot higher elevation from grade than the ones at 1 and 2. But they had other things approved. You can see it right there. They didn't approve number 2. They stopped short of number 2, but it was already looked at. But they approved a structure very similar to what we have on 6, if you stay right there. Very similar to what we have on 6, very similar to what we have. Actually, the structure on 4 was abominable. But they approved a garage on 4. They approved the house on 4, which is really strangely set up. But you can see that the right-hand side is forward of the main mass, and we reversed that. They approved a house that sort of trailed along 6, like we have. They approved 1 and 3 with secondary structures on them, which we don't have. And then they were going to approve 2, but they withdrew it. So we're not inventing the wheel here. We're pretty much rolling along with the wheel that was already approved by this board. So the list that I just handed out went through almost everything that we've done. So you might as well look at number 2 first.
Well, 2 is first on our list, yes.
Yeah. We reduced the height again. Overall height was reduced by 1.5 feet. So it's not over 30 from grade, just so you know. Roof walk was eliminated. The height of the Union Street secondary mass was reduced by almost another foot. The pitches of all the roofs were reduced to lower the heights. The width of the secondary mass along Mariner Way was reduced by 2 feet further back from the main mass. The current height of the structure measured from average grade is about 30 feet, which is under the maximum 33 allowable due to the fact that it's located in the AE zone. And it's the same height generally as the other structures that are already in there. Since the initial submission to the HDC, the total height of the home has been reduced by a foot. The overall width of the structure along Mariner Way has been reduced by another 2 feet, and the overall depth along Union Street has been reduced by 2.9, resulting in a total decrease of about 207 square feet. I think given the all the pictures I put in of the neighborhood context, as well as the other two structures, this is very similar to what was going to be proposed for 2 had they not decided not to build the houses themselves. So we think this is an approvable structure now. As an infill structure, it's very similar to the one at 1 Mariner Way, which has a roof walk, which has a side addition that is only 2 feet back. Whereas our side addition is probably 6 feet back. I can't see it from here. If you go to the north elevation, that would be helpful. There we go. We're farther back on the side elevation, the addition, than most of the structures that have them on Union Street and Orange Street, et cetera, because we had a little bit of room of flexibility to move it back once we got rid of the C shape of the original proposal. So I think this structure works now better than it did.
Okay, thank you, Linda.
And the volume is about the same as number 1 also overall,
Okay.
which is on the fine gold thing that I just handed out that you got on last week.
Thank you. Ollie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is an infill within the old historic district off of Union Street. This, all of these properties will have to comply with Chapter 11. And same thing as on the last application. If the commission so inclined to approve, then I would request a condition for the engineered letter with the ferment following the policies that the HDC has approved, in addition to resilient Nantucket design guidelines. Appreciate the changes. I think the structure has come a long way with comments that have been provided both by staff and by the commission. My only concern really is the way these drawings are rendered. There's some funky lines on them, which are very hard to discern in some locations. I also will, from a substantive comment, that the French doors should be a 12 light with a kick panel.
Yeah.
I think I don't even know what they are with those lines. And then obviously a landscape plan is needed for the visibility of the pool. We'll notate for the commission that the pool is associated with this building. So that is something that you'll want to see. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
The landscape plan is right behind this one.
Yeah, well, it's down a couple more.
Yeah,
but,
and there was an overall landscape plan approved. with the
Okay.
other Structures.
All right. Angus, anything?
Thank you, Ray. Just a few comments. The first floor windows in the rear addition should be taller on the south and east. The main mast should have a large chimney to be fit in more with the surrounding architecture. And the gable end window shouldn't be a horizontal 6 light. That should be more like a vertical 4 light or another double hung or something, but a 6 light, and it looks like it's an awning, which looks inappropriate as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, thanks. Okay, board, same board.
I can go.
Thanks, Abby.
So, let's see, I think this is the most important one on the way because it's right on Union, and I think we've already established on the other side of the street a height. So I think right now, it's still too tall for the area and the adjacent buildings, historic buildings. The roof pitch to me seems shallow. I know that you brought that down, you brought it down to make it less high, but I think it's a 8 and 12, and I think that just reads oddly. I think the definitely needs a chimney. The corner boards are reading as 12 inches, and I'm not really sure if that's a drawing area error or not. The first floor windows, I think on the, is it west? It must be east. The first floor windows on the south, I guess it is. The windows on the first floor and the second mass should be the same size as the ones on the main mass.
You mean make that one bigger?
Yeah, see the three windows over 3 in the secondary mass?
Oh, those, yeah.
Yeah, so on the first floor, they should be the same size as the ones on the main mass. So
That's the
they're
kitchen.
larger.
All right, that's the kitchen.
Okay. Anything else, Abby?
Just that the drawings are kind of sketchy. Could you clean those up so we can read them and not
I
think?
think when they get reduced, they get weird, because if you look at the actual plans in the file, they're better.
This doesn't happen with every application we see, you know.
No, they've got a strange CAD system, but can you look at the height of the structure? I can't see the height of the structure there. The actual volume of the structure is less tall than the one next to us, just so you
It's
know.
28.6.
Yeah. The other one is 29.6, if not all close to 30. But we also had the other foot we had to add. That's the
Whoever
problem.
is guiding this, can somebody?
The
zoom
actual
in?
volume is much smaller,
Wait,
height wise.
I want to just look at that, what that elevation says right there.
Yeah, I can't see it.
Zoom in on that.
It says 30.
30.
Yes,
Well,
but
no,
what is
I
the
can-
elevation for the house
No, I want to know how high the damn building is.
from
30.
grade?
You have to roll it to the right hand. Oh, God. You have to go to the right hand side. Keep going, keep going.
The store, no,
It's
going a little this way.
30 feet exactly.
What's
Okay,
the story pole height?
No, it's 27 on the addition. That's, you got to.
30 feet, building height.
feet.
There we go.
Can we see
But
where
the
that-
volume of the structure is less than 30 feet because of the floodplain.
Building's 30 feet off the ground. Thank you. Okay, so Abby, was that it?
I'm done.
All right, who's next? Who's next?
Val?
Val.
Go.
Yeah, go.
I actually thought this building looked the most traditional, and to that end, I think this shallower pitch reminds me of the older buildings in town. They were more boxy, didn't have much of a third floor. I'm okay with this, except for the details, as Abby pointed out, like the extra wide corner boards. Everything should be more traditional. It doesn't look like there's going to be any gutters or anything.
I think there probably will be, Val, just because.
They're just not shown. Yeah, I do understand Abby's concern about where this is in town, and it kind of jumps then to those little cottages near Consu, but I feel what's approved in there has popped the volume up, and
You want the chimney back up there?
a chimney would be great.
Okay.
It would certainly make it look more traditional.
Yes, centered.
Okay. I meant
Other
that.
than that, I have no concerns.
Thank you, Val Oliver. Diane.
I don't know, talk to somebody else first, all right, please?
That would be Stephen.
Okay, so I appreciate some changes to the height. To me, this structure is just still too large overall. I'll note that on the Union Street elevation, it looks the most appropriate with respect to height and massing. The other sides are very boxy. I think the chimney should come back. I think it should be offset, and I actually think that the roof walk is appropriate for this structure, as opposed to perhaps some of the others. And
Hey, I'll put that back up there.
on the Mariner side, I didn't say this on 126 Main because there was enough to go through. But typically these homes these formal structures have uniform window layouts on the front facade. And the side, it's just not the same. It's business up front, formal business up front, casual, less organized window fenestration on the sides. It gives these buildings their charm. So I think it's over fenestrated and a little too organized on the Mariner Way side.
On the addition side?
Yeah, I mean, if this had a porch and a door, that would change. Then I'm not suggesting you put one on. I know you probably don't have the room, but that would change the nature of this elevation to create kind of a quasi, it's got its own entry. So there's a little bit tendency for a little bit more uniformity in the fenestration on a house on the side that has an entry. This is the side of what is meant to replicate a traditional Nantucket home. Too many windows, too well laid out. Those are my comments. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Don't remember John and his chaotic window fenestration?
Yes, of course. Missed that.
There's not much I can do with those.
Yeah, so all I can say is if you satisfy the other board members' concerns, you got me. I'm good. And I will say also that 30 feet is not extraordinarily high, particularly given it's in the floodplain. And the 8 and 12 roof pitch, as one of you pointed out, if you were to measure the roof pitch on most of the houses downtown, it's probably an 8 and 12. It's like right within,
Because they went to dormers eventually.
100% within our guidelines.
So do you think I can get through staff with making those first floor windows on the south the same size as the main mass, putting a chimney back and dealing with those corner boards, reducing the size of them?
And losing, sorry, Mr. Chair, but I think you got to lose those gable windows on the south.
Oh, yeah, I'll fix those.
I'll
fix those.
So to Angus's point, those should be vertically formatted.
Yeah, I've told him that too.
I just think they should be gone.
Well, no, we're gonna have little four lights up there.
It's too
vertical.
much fenestration. It's just not typical on these style homes, right?
No, four light windows up there? Of course they are.
No, it would be like
Little tiny ones.
it'd be a 3/3 double
Trying to
hung.
get you an approval here.
So what do you want up there?
I just want less windows. I don't think it's appropriate the way it looks now. And that seems to be the easiest one to jettison, this window up here.
Okay, but that's, most of them have them.
Now, we're going out on a limb here because, okay, so,
Motion to approve through staff, subject to put the widow's walk back up as it was, add a chimney to the right side, typical proportions, nothing fancy, nothing crazy. On the south and the east, drop the gable, third floor windows. What was the other one?
Wait a minute, what was that?
Corner boards, typical corner boards, typical trim package
Okay,
dimensions.
so let me make sure I got this. No gable
No.
windows, widow's walk back, okay,
No.
roof walk. I don't know how many you're gonna get for that. Chimney, south and east, those gable windows, I already said that, out, and the corner board trim package.
Yeah, typical trim package dimensionally.
Okay.
Was there a question on the color? What's the color? I don't have the application in front of me.
None of them are white, but I don't have it in front of me.
No green sash or anything?
White sash.
Okay.
I-
Any concerns about white?
No, but I have concerns about the trim around the front door, that it should be a little bit more beefed up.
Didn't I
Looks
beef it up
really-
in this one?
let's take a look at that.
Okay,
do you
I'll
mind?
hold my motion.
Yeah, I thought I beefed up that
Okay.
front trim.
It appears to be more of a frontispiece now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was
So-
non-existent before.
Abby, you okay with that? Or do you want more?
My drawing just, I can't.
P.S. Fix the shitty drawings.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know. When
yeah.
the big drawings are fine. The little ones lost a lot of it.
I would make the outside trim a little wider.
Okay.
It just looks like typical 4.5.
So my
Okay.
motion would include traditional with door casings on the front door
Okay, so I got no gable windows,
and clean up the drawings.
roof
these are
walk,
horrible.
chimney, corner board. Well, as I say, the main drawings are fine. It's the little guys that got screwed up.
Yeah, we need to.
Yep, 12 light kick
Well,
panels. Got that.
Interestingly, I mean, I'll just comment, aside from my motion, if you go to the smaller drawing in the upper left,
They do have kick panels.
it's actually more accurate and easier to read than the bigger drawing.
Yeah, it's just
So they need to
weird.
I guess my point on that is we need drawings we can look at and use as a reference in the field. When Billy Sod goes out to inspect, he needs to know what he's looking at. You know this.
Yeah, and it's, but the
Somebody's
big,
got to do
big ones
some,
are fine. The little
somebody
guys
needs to
not.
do some quality control on the applicant's agent side
Yep.
before these things are submitted. It should not be a burden on staff. We have way too many applications to process.
He does not take hard copies.
Okay, so listen, we're in the
I got
middle of all that, there was a motion, I believe.
There was, and I'll have to write it down when I get the application.
I've got it all.
Oh, and the typical FEMA package.
Yeah, the resiliency thing. Yep,
Okay,
got it.
Well, wait.
is that a
we
motion,
haven't voted
Stephen?
yet.
That is the motion.
All right, so on that motion, Val,
No,
Abby,
We get the chimney and the roof walk
Chimney
Yeah.
roof walk,
centered.
fix up the front door, fix up the drawings, get rid of the gable windows on the south and the east.
Fix the corner
I'm a
boards.
yes.
Typical trim package.
Okay,
here.
kick panels.
where are you, Abby?
I was a yes.
Yes. Diane,
No,
okay. And Stephen on your motion?
I'm an I.
I want to make sure of something here, just because I'm a little confused. Val, why are you a no?
Roof walk.
Yeah.
I think that just adds to the stature of this. We specifically asked for it to be removed, and I would be okay if it stayed, if it was proposed without it.
We'd love to have it back. The one
Well,
next to us.
Then I'm a
has it.
no. I'm
I
still a
know,
no.
I got it. But if Ray
Diane-
goes in favor,
Diane,
In a minute.
Diane,
for the same reason, it's not, the whole development in there is more than the beginning of Union Street ever had. It started.
okay, hey, listen, if it's about the roof walk, I'm gonna say, let's nix it.
well, are
Yeah,
you in favor of
Well,
it,
wait,
Ray?
wait, why don't we
Wait a
finish the
minute.
vote?
I've got 2 votes in favor of it.
Okay,
Are you in
all right,
favor?
well, I'm gonna vote it down, but because
Well,
I,
I'd like to point out for the sake of consistency that members who were voting against it voted for it or suggested it was approvable, but only on one of the dwellings, and it was fine if it was on this one. So,
It's not on the other 2.
I'm trying to make it work for
okay,
everyone.
let's finish out the vote. All right, so Val's out, Abby's in, Diane's out, Stephen, you're in, right?
Yeah,
And I'm gonna be in, all right?
Okay,
And,
great.
and that basically means no more roof walks. So,
Well,
okay, so.
his
so-
motion was with the roof walk. Is it out now?
No.
Yeah, it's
The roof
in,
walk
but no
is-
more roof walks.
Let's
in
move
Yeah,
development.
yeah.
Let's
Nobody
move
else has one.
on.
Got it.
Okay, we're gonna go to 4 now.
All right, let's do the landscaping after this, Ray. Just do it all
Yeah,
at one
well,
time.
I want to do number 4 because that's
Okay.
what's on the list next.
Okay. Number 4, does everybody have that up?
Spend the whole goddamn night, doing just this stuff.
Well, this is a
Yeah.
big project to get out of your face. What do you have up first, the garage or the house?
Which is bizarre. It's called the third dwelling.
The house, okay.
we're gonna add a fee to your applications.
All right, similar to 2 Mariner, the windows on 4 Mariner have been widened and redistributed. The 1x8 water table that you guys asked for was added throughout the main mast. Corner boards were increased in size to 1x12, but obviously you don't want that. To address the board's requests for an overall size reduction and return to an earlier iteration of Mariner Way elevation, the south elevation was reduced by 4 feet. And the right mast was reduced to a 2-bay. So simplify the east elevation, which faces the harbor. Further break down the massing, a setback was added to the midpoint. The balcony was split into 2 smaller balconies, and the remaining level 2 French door was exchanged for a single 12-light door kick panel. To balance the fenestration on the north elevation, the width of the left mast was increased by 6 feet, 1 inch. In doing so, the mast was increased to a 4-bay and the north entrance was moved to the west as requested. The current height of the structure measured from average grade is 29.6, which is well under the maximum 33 again, allowable height due to the home's location in the flood zone AE. And as we move backwards, we're getting into more difficulty with the flood zone. Since the initial submission of the HDC, the overall height has been reduced by a foot. The total width of the home has been reduced by 8 feet, 4 inches, and the total depth has been decreased by 1.9 for an overall area reduction of about 48 square feet as we redistributed it. So it looks more normal. The visibility of the front door remains when we saw the view corridors before. The deck facing the water has been reduced also, which didn't make it onto this list. And I believe if you go to the east elevation, guys, you can see that it's been set back behind the main mass.
What?
You guys wanted it set back or not in front of the main mass. The original approval for this lot had the right-hand mass not visible with the front door from the road and very far forward of the left-hand piece, which is what the only piece you'll be able to see from the road, because 6 will be built in front of it. So it was actually reversed from what you've been asking us to approve so far. But we listened to you guys, and we now have the main mass, which is the visible part, and the secondary mass, which is the addition to the east, as opposed to the original, which has had the lee side way in front of the west, the left-hand side. So I think this one should be pretty close because it's a better building than what was approved before.
Oh, I totally disagree with that.
Oh, I can't stand the original building. That's exactly reverse of what you asked us to do.
There
Okay.
was much more. tradition about it.
All right. So Linda, there we go. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, another infill within the OHD. This rendition is much better than what the previous, I think, 2 versions of it were. And previously, we received a corridor visibility because that was my concern, and being able to see the front door, because that the proximity of the road to the front door is a little atypical. Understanding the subdivision is a little odd. Appreciate the changes, specifically making that secondary mass with 2 rows of windows versus the 3, and reduce the overall height. There are, I want to say, on the rear facing Washington Street, there is on that second balcony. Just want to again make sure that it's a 12 light with a kick panel. It's hard to discern on the plans. And those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
And I will put the chimney back up here if you want us to put a chimney on this one too.
I'm going to guess that that's probably going to go that way. Yes. Angus.
Thank you. The ridge of the perpendicular rear addition should drop below the secondary mass that it intersects. The 2 adjacent second floor, 2 adjacent second floor decks is excessive. 1 should be removed. And the same issue is number 2 with the horizontal gable window. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, right. Horizontal gable. Thank
Just
you.
to be clear, we presented a lot of the, all of the second floor decks all over the place facing the water at the last one.
Linda, come on. You got to get through this shit. And you can't rebut every single thing that everybody says.
No, I just wanted to point out it's in the file.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Angus. Thank you, Holly. Let's go to the board now. All right. I choose Abby.
Yeah, okay. I agree about the chimney. I think that will give it, a little bit of historic.
Yep.
I think that the right-hand mass is still a little bit too large. And I definitely think that the north elevation is it's way too cumbersome. And as Angus said, that right-hand mass or that should come down below that, the gable that's on the left. So, we need some additive massing here, different heights. And I actually also agree about, choose a balcony, the left or the right, but 2 makes it seem like, it's a hotel. So I would just choose 1. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, Abby, thank you. Val.
It's mostly the massing that's a concern, specifically the east and the west with the way they're knit together. You have a smaller gable that bumps up in 2 different heights. It's just very unusual. And the fact that peak, I had written that down, the peak shows above the secondary math on the south facing the street is kind of strange, so
Which one, Val?
it's the peak, the new peak. When you look at the south elevation, it's in lighter pen, but you see the
Oh, the
peak
back one.
sticking up.
Yep.
And then translate that over to the east elevation where it's again in a lighter pencil.
I
And
got it.
then seeing how the little gable knits into this thing that bumps up facing the other direction, that is just really unusual.
Just to be clear, we went through this with Holly before of how to redistribute some of the interior space. And she said to fill in that back piece and go that way because it's not visible from Union and it's not visible from Washington Street because it's so far away because of the wetlands.
Oh,
This is
bizarre.
what we came up with in the office because you couldn't see anything of that in the back.
You can see
Bizarre.
everything everywhere.
Not that, because we have wetlands and another structure in front of us.
So,
Oh, we won a lot of awards.
Hey, guys,
Yeah.
I don't know where my power cord is. I need to find it because I'm about to run out of juice. So let's hurry this along.
I'll go.
Thank you, Diane.
The question that comes to mind, looking at the three or so that we've had, is they're all identical. Basically, they're all just boxes with nothing breaking off. There's an occasional cover over a door and stuff like that. The houses there's no houses on Union Street that are like this. I'd like to see some additive massing. Not every L is what, and a foot and a half shorter than the one before, and it needs chimneys. They need to have chimneys to give them some deception of the house from the one behind it. It's one after the other looking the same. The east going out to the water. She said she used double decks on other ones, but you have 5 elevations like this, all facing the water. You have created an entirely different atmosphere that this part of Union Street, Washington Street is like. It's the simplest part of the whole street, and I don't understand accepting such formality in all one place without any attempt to come out with a story and a half house or less windows, as Stephen has mentioned before, and less decks. They're 50 feet from the water.
That's 200 feet from the water
Well, 200 feet.
because we got wetlands all over the place.
But they can look over the wetlands. The view is right there to sit out on the deck and look at. It's got good wind in the summer. It's not overbuilt, but this is going to change the whole section of that part of Union Street. And it's included in the old historic district. So I just question whether all of these houses have got any feeling about an old historic building, or they're just copies. So I don't know. I agree with the remarks that have been made,
Okay.
but that's it.
All right, Diane, thank you. And I'm sorry, Val, did you go already?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. So that leaves you, Stephen.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so I mean, my comments are very similar to what they were before. Obviously, the drawings are an issue, but
Yep.
I think that south elevation is not going to be visible standing on it. It's going to be visible from the street. It obviously won't be right on the street. But the primary structure is still too wide. I think the secondary addition is too wide, but you're not going to see that portion of it. for me, what you are going to see, what's more important is the primary structure width. In addition to that, they've got this funky trim package that has gotta
Yeah,
go.
I got that.
The north elevation, I think it's for the same reasons with respect to massing, it's not appropriate, but you're not going to see that side. The east elevation, you are going to see, you're definitely going to see the second floor fenestration. You're definitely going to see the decks. Actually, if there's going to be I don't want to say this. If there's going to be a second floor deck and it's going to be more than just one service, one door, this wider balustrade, not the whole width, but that is, maybe something that centers on the building and expands left and right to each set of doors. It's actually reminiscent of sales. They have that on the second floor. They've got a big deck.
Yeah, I'm working on that now.
So I'm less concerned with something like that. These doubles with the separator, it's foofy. It's all like not a typical downtown Nantucket structure.
Steve, are we still talking about the east elevation, which
Yeah, the
isn't up
east on
there?
the
Can you put
second
that
floor.
east up there,
On the
please?
second floor.
Guys,
And I think it's also over fenestrated on the second floor. I think the first floor
There we
is
go.
two.
Yep.
Versus the previous existing or previous proposed. So can we zoom in on the little one in the middle, please?
you talking when we had the deck all the way across?
Yeah.
We
I
thought
would
you
just say
didn't like that.
shorten up the deck more on the second floor with respect to my concerns.
Okay,
And the fenestration, I think, is fine there, as opposed to slide down, please, to the next one. This is not that area. This is, it's goofy and it's over fenestrated. So to recap, the southern elevation, the main structure, I think is too wide. It's certainly not traditional width for 5 bay or whatever it is. And then the east elevation over fenestrated and goofy decks, second floor decks.
What do you think about the roof formation there?
Oh, the roof, that goes without saying. It's got to be cleaned up to be typical.
Right.
there is no roof deck.
The
No, the roof formation.
Yeah, the way
ridge-
they intersect.
The ridge hierarchy is atypical.
Right. That's a
Okay,
good way. of
motion
putting it.
to,
Oh, wait, Ray's got to go.
oh,
Well, listen, you guys have covered it and I'm just concerned that I'm going to be fritzing out any minute now.
okay, so a motion to hold for revisions.
That's great. So.
And have the garage track the house so we can get to
Okay, you
six.
want the garage to track?
Yeah, and
Let-
have,
let-
because I want to get to six.
So moved.
Okay, so there's Stephen's motion is for revisions plus garage to track. On that motion, Diane,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Hi.
even on your motion. And I'm in favor.
All right, to
Okay,
run through this
so-
quickly,
Yeah,
we
quickly.
did all the same things to the windows on this one. Unfortunately, we'll deal with the corner boards too.
Sorry, we're at 6 Mariner, right?
Yep, and this is almost exactly the same layout as the other one. The sunroom fenestration's been increased with additional windows, which you asked for on the north. Width of the front entry porch was reduced to coordinate with the eliminated front door side lights. Current height of the structure measured from average grade is 29.8,
Okay,
which means that the structure is about 26 and a half feet tall. Since the initial submission, the height has been reduced by 2.6. Width has been reduced by 4.9, and we redid that whole right-hand addition. Made it more additive massing. It's almost the same footprint as the original, resulting in 314 square feet being taken off it. I think we all thought that given some things on this one, that it was more approvable than certainly number 4.
well, let's give it a try.
It's a widow's walk.
I can go.
Well, no, hang on. First, I want to hear from Holly.
Front elevation, guys.
Thank you,
Oh.
Mr. Chair.
There you go.
So again, this is an infill in the OHD, needs to follow resilient Nantucket. I do appreciate the changes. I think this structure has come a long way. It's very clear that there's really, that I had concerns originally about how it's fronted on this curved part of Mariner Way, but it's something that was pre-created, obviously, with the subdivision itself. But overall, I appreciate the changes, the drop. Maybe use this as an example of dropping the additive mass. I'm not too sure about that front eave. It seems like it still matches up with that second right-hand mass. Other than the plans need to be tweaked because the lines are a little messed up. Just to notate that based on your approval through staff for number 2, that the roof walk should take a hike. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
You sound just like John McLaughlin.
And to beef up that front door.
Walk should take a hike.
Yeah,
Okay.
beef up the front door trim because it is a little thin there.
It is. Angus.
Thank you, Ray. The scale of this development should drop down as you get further away from Union Street. Instead, the buildings are actually taller. This creates a new neighborhood of oversized buildings. Traditionally, the buildings closer to the waterfront would have shorter and smaller scale. The proportions of the right mass are too tall and vertical. It needs shortening or lowering or both. And to Diane's point about the development of this whole area, we just don't want to see 2.5-story wall between Union Street and the water. There's a natural sort of fluctuation of heights and masses through the town, especially as you get to the outskirts and along the water. And we just want to avoid just one wall of all these 2-story masses. Thank you.
Well, clearly you don't know about the Aguirre cottages, which are all this height.
All right.
And the
Linda.
And they
decks.
look like
Linda.
shit.
Yeah, well,
Thank you.
I don't like 'em.
Thank you. Okay, so Angus, Holly, thanks. Let's go to the board on this one.
Yeah, I've got a couple of things I can off the bat.
Abby, go.
Well, first of all, because we gave the roof walk to the first one, we're not, so this one could take a chimney.
Yep.
I think the right-hand mass is sort of wagging the dog here. I'd like to see that taken in, shortened. I agree about the height. I mean, I think going back, down towards the water, you would expect to see these not so tall. And now we have, like federal homes going down to the water. It doesn't, I'd like to see something more additive massing towards the back. And I'll stop there. Thanks.
just
Okay,
keep in mind, this lot is more restricted than any of the other lots.
All
in
right.
there, because it's a
Thank you.
weird
So it
lot.
can be smaller.
Hey, there you go. There's a concept, right?
Not happening.
Okay, Abby, thank you very much. How about you, Diane?
I agree, this should be smaller. The whole thing, I don't know. Where, except in this one location, as you go down to the waterfront, the street beach and the rest of it, the buildings get taller. They go across, even the yacht club is shorter
Oh, no.
than this, and not at 30 feet with a roof walk. On the right-hand addition of the south elevation,
Yeah.
should be 2 windows wide, not 3.
Hmm.
These are hulking big buildings in a small area. And whether you have to shove these houses on there or not, they still should fit the streetscape somewhat. And these absolutely, there's not one of them that fits the streetscape where it is on Union Street. I live the next street down.
We
or
know.
next 2 streets down, and I pretty well know what's there, what's fit in, and watched it change over the years. There isn't a building that has not changed since I have lived there. And there are none of them set up like this. I don't see any thought about making it smaller. They said that this is the nicest one and it should be up on Union Street, which is probably true. But they don't have to fill every foot of the thing. They could reduce it down to make them less wide, less tall. It needs a chimney in the thing, not a roof walk. So I don't know, I'm very disappointed in the whole development.
Oh, okay. Val.
I have nothing to really add. I think it's a building that would be great somewhere else other than here. But but I see we're gonna be eroded step by step incrementally into approving these.
I'm doing the best I can with these guys.
You know, less is more sometimes.
Right.
The old buildings were, they might have been big as a box, but they were simple.
Yeah.
Well, we tried that. You guys wanted us to break it up more.
Well, let's hear.
Is Steve gone?
No, Steven's with us. I
Okay.
think, I hope.
No, he hasn't talked yet.
Right.
Want me to go?
Oh, you said gone as in.
No,
as he
gone,
present-
gone, not
No.
gone.
Yeah, no, he has not yet presented and I would like him to.
Thank you. Yeah, so I mean, I think Val makes a subtle point that's important. I don't know that it's necessarily accurate to say smaller near the water. I mean, if you go down to where Annie's Market used to be, that's a 2-story multi-bay structure with a covered porch. I think the distinction is really that they were simpler. And they are less formal. So the introduction of covered porches and less detail on the frontis and so on. And these structures also have the distinction of having more massing added on, but the massing is very bulky. So for me, this is actually the more successful of the group, with the exception of the addition on the right side, which is 1 bay 2 wide. On the south elevation, this concept of wider corner boards to mask the alignment left to right of the windows was unsuccessful. And I think that width needs to be reduced, and then the windows are spaced properly. I still think that the right side, that is too wide. It needs to be reduced. The west elevation, just want to get a sense of bearing here again. I had it in my head and I lost.
West elevation, guys.
West elevation
Right
is the
there.
least visible due to its the orientation to Mariner Way and the fact that it's the side of the house. North elevation, I just, there's not really much on this is typical except for the right side. The left is atypical.
Which one?
The secondary mass with the 3 windows sticking off the side like that, and then the it's the width of it is atypical. If that was
This particular one right here?
if that was a bay less.
All right, because the only thing you asked me to do here is add
No,
windows.
I'm just commenting. This is the north elevation.
You asked me to
and-
add those windows in that.
But you know, this is the point. If on the south elevation, which is the most important one in my mind, that bay is that addition is decreased a full bay.
Mhm.
Despite the fact that the north is invisible, the issue goes away
Okay.
on the north. On the east elevation, which will also be viewable, but from the water side, I think the overall nature of the addition being so tower-like is problematic. And I think that your architects can accomplish the goal programmatically by making that, as viewed from the east, wider left to right and shallower as viewed left to right on the south elevation. And of course, we've talked about already removing the roof walk and cleaning up the drawings.
And the 12 light kick panels and
Yeah,
those
kick
gable
panels.
windows up there.
Yeah. And what are the colors?
I don't have it in front of me.
Who doesn't know?
White. I think it should be I think all of these structures should be like a muted gray of some kind
Softer color.
to try and tone down the massing.
Yeah, that's great. A good idea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Stephen. So that's interesting about I think if we go back to the front, a number of board members expressed that the concern with that right-hand side wing being too long and too overwhelming. And now that I see it from the east, and realize how thin it is, there's a lot that you can do to that to have it project out less. I think the main mass is actually not bad, and it's just that appended piece is what's the problem. Getting rid of the roof rock, adding a chimney, yeah, I think would serve to make it overall like less large and conspicuous.
Okay.
So should we have a motion on this one?
Motion to make those revisions.
Yeah, okay, so that's Stephen's motion on Stephen's motion. Diane?
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Very good. Val?
Aye.
And Stephen on your motion.
Aye.
And have the landscape track,
And it included to have the
all the
landscape track,
hardscape track.
the hardscape.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay, that would, wow, so that's the end of, Linda, that's the end of you, isn't it?
No.
No.
Why? It's not?
Where are we?
Oh, in
Yeah,
this
that's it.
section, in this section.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna get to the other section, so
That's Linda for tonight.
I have to stick around for 9 Sherburne though.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so, should we go on to 55 Easton Street? I'm
Yes,
seriously, my low battery thing has been on for the last half hour or so. I'm just waiting for it to kick. Is Jason on?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there you go. Hey, Jason. how
Yeah.
you doing?
Hey, how are you?
Good. So I think you may have just heard,
Not
like,
on this
I'm on battery mode and I'm low, but I'm gonna see what I can do. Oh, actually, haha, Stephen is sharing this.
Oh, it's time for you to go.
Stephen, come back. Don't get your pizza yet. You have
I
to
see
share
it.
this.
All right, 55 Easton, guys. The board is myself, Diane, Abby, and that's it.
Abby just left for a minute.
Jason, you're near, so when you see your drawings up there, go ahead and start up.
Right. So what the main, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but what we came in asking for make some
Jason,
changes. Yep.
Jason, I'm sorry. I hate to interrupt, but I thought Abby was in the back of the room. She's actually not here. So
Okay.
can I get we're just going to hold you over
She'll be right back.
and we're going to go to I think we'll just go to the next application,
Okay. I'll wait.
which is 13 Commercial Wharf. Is Ray still here?
Yep.
You thought you were going to sneak away. I don't know if Ray caught any of that.
No, I heard it. I was trying to take a bathroom break, but
Sorry.
didn't make it. Okay, so let's see. You don't have Abby. So we have Stephen or Bill on board.
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, William.
He might have just.
He died. Okay.
Okay.
Battery operated Ray died, not the real one. Okay, guys, so let's pick up where we didn't leave off. You're gonna, unless you don't, you might as well stay up. And you have an alternate who is, Ray's not here. So your board will be myself, Diane, Abby, Val. Is Jesse here?
Yes.
I
Jesse?
actually am. I just finished dinner.
Okay, you're next up on the list. So I think it's alphabetical. So I will follow up on the next one with Carrie and then Connie.
Okay.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, so at the last meeting,
He just texted me. My computer just died. Sorry.
That's all right.
at the last meeting, or it was decided that the front porch on the north elevation was too big, so we reduced it to just over the door and the window. I've also reduced the height of the right-hand side of the north elevation so that it's a dormer situation. And I've also built a model because we've been having such a hard time looking at it on the plans. And so if I could bring this up.
Oh, yeah, bring it up.
Taboo.
That's very cool.
This elevation is basically untouched is what's existing. And so, and then that's the north elevation, so.
Okay.
You can take a look at that. It's a little, I think it's a lot easier.
Is that commercial or?
Yes.
That's what I thought.
If you go up one more scale, I'll be able to park my matchboxes in it. While you guys are looking, I just want to comment. I don't know, did you guys prepare the submission of the minutes? Your company, the point is they're in highlighted with red and you can't read them. So just so you know next time.
No, I don't think we did, because when we made the reapplication, the minutes weren't up yet.
Okay. It's just a note, if you all did it, please.
Yeah, no, we
use pink. And
Yep.
so it's legible. The red is just
Yeah, I see.
no biggie.
Yeah, we redid the submission like almost immediately, and
It's
the
great for
minutes
the-
weren't up yet.
It's great for the color printer ink makers, but. Okay, Doug, do you want to go ahead and talk while we're looking at your model?
So what?
Oh, I'm sorry. Bill, do you want to go ahead and?
Oh, I think that's it.
Okay.
You know, the basic is that we had an approval for a much larger addition renovation to this building. And then when we went to the Concom, they said, no, you can't extend it anymore. So we're working within the confines of the existing foundation and the existing structure of the building.
Okay.
And so this one, you know, a lot of the elevations are very similar to what's already been approved. And I think that the model shows that, you know, it's kind of a sweet little building now. So.
Okay. Questions for Bill before we start? Okay, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a circa 2008 non-contributing structure within the OHD. And I think it's important to note, as Bill said, that these are revisions due to Concom's requirements. As you all had already approved an addition onto the structure. On the north, the reduction in height is appreciated. I didn't make a note here that it should be clearly identified. So maybe at the time when I was reviewing it, that it wasn't clearly shown. I personally believe the previous pent roof over the front door was more successful. It was lower towards the header of the door, maybe drop the height of the shed roof. On the south, the shed dormer runs into the main mass. It should be shortened. However, I say that looking at the revised plans, looking at the model, it is evident that the proposal reduces the previously approved plans, obviously due to Concom's approval, and its footprint doesn't increase. It's actually reduced. And I think it is an important concept to consider. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Anyone from the public? Okay. Angus,
Mr. Chair, I just have a few comments.
go ahead.
The height of the front porch beam should drop to the top of the window head and remove the brackets. On the north elevation, the second floor wall to the right of the main gable should be pushed back several feet to isolate the main front door gable and avoid a flush wall in the upper area. And the last thing is the front door could align with the window above for a more organized appearance.
Thank you. Concerns? Anyone? Anyone?
I agree about that north elevation,
Okay.
that pent roof should come down, if that's what Angus said.
Do you have a dimension in mind? A foot, 9 inches?
Well, it looks like a couple of feet, so that it just looks like it's swaying in a breeze up there. If it could somehow come down, relate to the top of the door.
Mhm.
Right.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Okay. Diane?
Yeah, I think that's probably what I would suggest. But otherwise, I think that use of the windows and stuff are good. And it seems it's a biggish building, but the way the height and the thing makes it fit in
Mhm.
well along that one strip of commercial. So I think it's a hard building to come up with, but I think it works out very well.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Val?
I think I'm good with this. My only suggestion would be, is there any way to shingle the front porch like it was formerly? But other than that, I think he's done a good job.
Okay, thank you. Jesse? Jesse?
Sorry, I was on mute.
It's all right. Demute.
So I think he's doing a lot with what he's got. If there's any way he can shift that porch a little to the left, maybe make it a little bit smaller, like Angus said, try to line up the window or the door. That'd be nice. But overall, I think he's done a lot with the situation. And I understand there's some probably interior things driving those doors and windows, so it's certainly not a deal breaker either. Thank you.
Thanks, Jesse. Yeah, I agree with the comments. Well, actually, can we go to the prior approval?
It's the one on the right. I think. Oh, no.
No, I mean, there's a set of drawings that show the prior approval, right? A full set of the elevations. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. That's proposed.
Right, the middle one is the middle drawings are the previously approved. So the top drawing is existing, then the previously approved, and then the new submission.
Okay, great. Thanks. I needed to get clarification on that. I think my only material comment, I agree about the pent roof, is that the rear deck should also be lowered. I think,
Well, the rear deck is existing. We're not touching it.
the rear second floor deck is
Yes,
existing.
that's existing.
That's too bad because it really should.
You
be
can see it
lowered.
on the photograph on the bottom there, the middle photograph.
There's also photographs of it straight on.
Proposed south.
Next page, maybe,
Yeah, if you go to the south elevation.
right there.
Gotcha. Okay, so I guess it's just the pent roof. Okay, how about a motion?
I'll try.
Mhm.
I'd make a motion to approve with the porch roof dropping down, nixing the cross bucks or whatever you want to call them. And that's it.
Okay, on your motion, Val.
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Jesse,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Carries unanimously. That's through staff.
Yep.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's only 7:30. We're all in the same boat.
Oh, God, I'm wasted.
Okay, we're gonna go back to
Thank you for the-
55 Easton. Thanks, Bill. Thanks, Doug. Is Jason there?
I'm here. You can hear me okay?
Yeah, so Jason, your board again is myself, Diane, and Abby.
Okay. I believe it was a hold for more documentation Windows survey. And I spent some time in the house, took pictures of every window, noted what was there for you guys to take a look at. What we were proposing when we applied was for us to remain TDL windows in the front, but new TDL windows, and change the rear, side and rear to SDLs. And so here in the window survey, I went through every window. I'm not exactly sure how original these windows are. If they are original, every single one of them has been modified and a vinyl jam liner or a track system or a tin aluminum track system has been used to make, at some point. So the sashes have all been modified, every single one of them. The restoration looking glass that's in there, not everyone has it. Many do, but not every single pane is, has that kind of wavy old glass in it. Some of them have just new glass because it was broken, This triple gang you're looking at is the front deck. There was actually a door there at some point. So I kind of just took note of that here. You can see how they scabbed in its sill. And on the inside of the house, on the previous page, you can see how the door trim actually went down to the floor of the living room. So we kind of went through every single window, and many don't operate, have various types of rot or issues with them. But I would like to keep TDLs in the historic part of the house, but replicate them with new windows. There's only like 5 windows in the front of the house anyways. So that's what we would like to do. And then like to have a simulated divided light that obviously looks the same on the remaining part of the house.
Okay. Questions? Any of the board members? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, you remember that this is Windward, a circa 1912 Radford bungalow kit house, which you all previously recently approved. In addition, meeting our resilient Nantucket design guidelines, you also issued a historic determination. And I think it's important to notate that historic determination at the end of the day basically is saying that this building will continue to be a historic building after the proposed work is done. And again, it's contributing towards the local and national district. Appreciate the window survey with details of each window. Due to the date of this structure, turn of the century, a little over 100 years old, these do, in my opinion, look original. Concerns with the comment that every window sash has been modified. I would, with all due respect, question somebody who actually works in the window restoration. Somebody like Brooke Meerbergen is somebody that does a lot of that on islands.
I'm sorry to interrupt. He did come in, and I had him come and look at all the windows with me, and he helped me make the window survey.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yep,
that is somebody that I hang my hat on. So with his expertise, if they're not restored, they should be TDL. I do appreciate the proposal to use the Bendenheim restoration glass. I have looked into them. They do a wonderful job, and they seem to be appropriate. Obviously, TDL would be more appropriate for this historic structure. And that's where my recommendation would be. I know, Tate, that this was this file that we had before us was for additional information. I can't remember on the original submittal if it was notated exactly which windows would be restored versus replaced. And I think I'm not clear on that, so I would like that information. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. So it's Diane, and is anyone from the public?
Yes.
Okay, just go ahead.
Thank you. From the survey that's been done and the photos and documentation, it does appear that all the windows have been modified, but they're still old and possibly originals. And we believe that the windows could be restored. This is a dado that's taken out of the side of the sash pieces, and there's certainly all kinds of ways that you can, use bonding systems to fill those voids and have them restored and function as they originally did. And the only other thought is that with any new windows that they would be true divided light. And agreeing with Holly's comments about the Benheim glass, the light restoration is a good alternative if new pieces are needed for the old windows or in new TDLs. Thank you.
Thanks, Angus. Who'd like to begin?
I could go.
Okay.
I'd like the windows to be restored, especially on the front and sides. Not, maybe put TDLs in the back. But I would like to see these windows restored.
STL in the back?
I
No, you said maybe something. I thought you
Oh.
were saying maybe STL in the back, or no?
Yeah, no, I was thinking SDL. I
Okay.
mean, TDL.
Okay. All right, thank you. Diane?
I feel the same way. I think it's, they can be restored. We have a couple of people that would do jobs. They should be questioned first to see if it can be done. Because I think it's a very visible house, seen from both the harbor and Easton Street. And it should be as good as it can be.
Okay, thank you. Jason, can you answer that? It is a bit of a question there. Is, aside from Brooke, did you have anyone else look at these?
I had Brooke
Diane?
look at them. I looked at them, and currently the window doesn't look historic. It might be a historic window, but the decrepit vinyl jam liner is visible inside and out, and to me that stands out as a non-historic window in a lot of ways. So if we do nothing, it looks kind of terrible.
Yes.
Bondoing windows, it doesn't seem like to be the best practice to make an efficient, nice window. And of course, the only thing it would be saving would be the sashes at that point. There's only 5 windows in the front, and I think I'd be okay trying to restore those 5 windows, with the remaining being new TDLs that match. And again, the new addition, we prefer SDL, and then we'd have storm windows to match all windows, so that regardless, from the outside, it seemed like they are. There'd be a nice coherent, to that part of the fenestration and the windows. So that's my opinion. So.
Okay.
And then after the landscape plan, I mean, very little of the house will be visible. And the other thing too is on the 3rd floor, there's 2 windows on the 3rd floor. There's actually no windows there at all. They're just missing. They're just storm windows up there at the current moment. So just to make that note, it's in the window survey, but there's not even windows there. So those got to get replaced with a new TDL.
Okay.
So I'd love to hear what you think about that.
Okay, so I guess, you can see the writing on the wall. You've got 3 members, and I'll still give you my thoughts. I think the concept of these have been datoed out on the side casing, on the side jams, to accept, as opposed to the rope and weight, to accept a vinyl or metal guide, and to redo these. I'm not seeing the value in this, because most of the meat is gone that allows these windows to be inside of a track if you use a different track. And given the concept that these vinyl tracks and metal tracks are historic, I don't think you're going to find a replacement for them. So you're going to have to adapt the side casings to a new profile of track, and you don't have any depth left to right to work with. So for me, it's a technical matter with respect to reusing these windows in an energy efficient way, which I think shouldn't be driving historic structures, but is an important element in the discussion. 3rd cable, solar. Where do these come into play? And then with respect to the addition, how many windows does that remove from? I'm not looking at the front facade. You've got an approval to demo the addition side, right?
Yeah, the I mean, you lose all the windows off the back dormer and the whole back addition. I mean, there's 5 windows in the front, and I'm just doing this from memory. There's 2 double gang windows on the lower level. On the east, up above, there's 2 single windows, and in the 3rd floor, there's what would be a window, but not there. On the west side, again, you have the 1 window on the 3rd. I think 2 on the 2nd floor singles, and then there's like a bay window, and then 1 more window, single window. So there's not that many windows.
So what's that, Jason, as a hand count on the front? 5 and then?
5 in the front, yeah. 5 in the front, 1, 2, 3, 4, I think 7 on the east, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4 on 4 plus the bay, which is 3. 4 plus 3 is 7 on the west, and on the north, they're all in the addition. They're all gone, but there's a lot of those windows. At 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Ballpark is fine.
14 on the rear.
Okay.
14 on the rear are gone. Like we've already been approved to get rid of. So
Okay. And so my feeling is that TDLs on the front with restoration glass are okay. And TDLs, I don't mind if on the sides or the rear, they have the double glass for energy efficiency. Frankly, I'd like to see TDLs with energy efficiency glass and not have storms and just have screens, which historically is much more appropriate than these Harvey triple track storm windows, which I think are a pox on this beautiful island.
I think what we would propose for storms would be a wood frame storm. Green Mountain makes a really nice wood frame storm. It'd be a full glass storm, which with a cross rail at the sash. And in the summertime, and then we'd switch those out to a wood frame screen with again the cross rail. So that would be our intent to do that.
Okay.
And I think that would look really nice. So
thanks, Jason. I appreciate that. But again, I'm not sure we're going to have, I don't know where we are on this. So why don't I pull my other 2 members? TDL, is there any appetite for replacement at all using the restoration glass and using wood storms versus screens and storms versus these ugly aluminum triple tracks?
What if, for storm windows?
Yeah, you know how that, can we go to the storm window?
I have storm windows.
Yeah.
I know what they are. They're
Yeah, well, I
broad
didn't know if you were
and they
looking at
leak.
them. Yeah, so the wooden ones are just more
No,
historically.
the wooden ones are fine. I was questioning the non-use of the windows that are in the place. I'd like to see like Hollis come and give us a walkthrough, not the architect saying he can tell. I think we need to have somebody who does it professionally to say whether it's impossible to do or whether it's possible to do.
Okay. Jason, how do you feel about that as opposed to a potential denial?
a possible what? I'm sorry.
Just having someone such as Hollis who does window restorations or this type of work generally as kind of a quasi independent party taking a walk through and making some comments on them.
I mean, I could talk to Hollis. Like I said, I could talk to Brooke and get his opinion on it and have him, give you that information. I mean, I'm not just the architect either. I am the builder, and I, been around this stuff. And like you mentioned, Steve, is making it go back is a lot harder. Now we've taken it away. And then you're not, I don't know, it just doesn't seem really worth the time and the effort. And you still may not get what the energy efficiency you need, or the look still might be changed. It won't look like the same exact window because we still have to modify it. We'd probably end up breaking all that glass doing all that. There's hardly any meat left in the wood of the rail or the style of the sash to work with. So it'd be like I have to rebuild the sash, and then I'm saving the top rail and the bottom rail and the mutton, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, no,
So,
I get it, Jason. I think I don't think that it was meant to be. It wasn't meant in a derogatory manner. It was more that your perhaps since you're the builder and the designer, that you're, necessarily more subjective. So looking for somebody who's got, a history in this area and of historical work. And in addition to that, isn't you. And again, no offense directly to you.
Yep.
So are you comfortable with that? It would be a motion for additional information versus a motion for what I presume would be a denial.
Okay, and that's okay. And is that what the testing the water there? That's what your guys are.
Well, yeah, I mean,
saying?
I think that's the only viable, Diane had suggested it. I'm okay with it. I think Abby would jump on board for the additional information.
Okay, I'm happy to try to get some more information for you. I think that'd be, I'm happy to do that and see if we can get what he says about it. So,
all right. And then, and so I would like to see if we can get a motion for additional information. Jason, do you think you can get this for next Tuesday?
I don't know. I have to call Hollis up, I guess, in the morning and see if he can jump
All
over
right,
there
well,
this week,
So
that'd be great. I'd love to get it on next Tuesday
next
though. That'd be
Tuesday,
great.
and we'll go from there. Is that
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So the motion, I believe, will be for additional information and to hear this again next Tuesday.
Okay, great.
Is that?
It would be great to have the elevations of the house.
Oh, and include please include the elevations in the.
They were originally, so I didn't know why they didn't show up again, but I will include it when I resubmit more information.
Yeah,
I'll include
just in
a new plan.
Yeah, just in the same PDF. That'd be great.
Okay.
All in there.
Okay, Diane, was that your motion?
Yes, that was my.
Excellent. On your
please.
motion,
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. So there you go. Thank you,
Thank you.
Jason. So now we're to 85 Low Beach. Michael, good evening. Welcome to the HTC. And your board will be myself, Diane, Abby, Val, and we're down the line to Carrie. And actually, now that I'm looking at this, there are three of them. So Carrie, you're going to sit on those three. Okay?
Yep.
Okay. Welcome back, Carrie.
Gracias.
Michael, when you see your drawings,
Sure.
Go ahead and give us an introduction, please.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thanks for hearing us again. I'll be brief. So I think actually, if you don't mind going up to the kind of the first page there, I think we just kind of added context since last time we saw this, mostly just for kind of site issues. I think starting in the back, there's just a question of visibility from the conservation way. And we kind of confirmed through those. Let's see, I think if you go up a slide, actually. Yeah, thank you. So we're at 85 Low Beach Road, and the conservation way is actually way up a Milestone Road, and from there it's over a quarter mile from any walking trail to get there. So I think from the rear we're pretty well covered. And then moving to the side, we updated the drawings to remove that glass wall, and from there it's also not very visible. Which is down on the next page. And then we also just had site context from the front just to kind of show the view from the street, because there will be quite a bit of landscape masking once we're finished. So just getting better context from that to help the conversation. Otherwise, from the previous one, if you go to the next page, I think thank you. We reduced the overall size of the front door. And then around the side, we removed the glass walls entirely and just replaced them right now with 2/2 double hung windows for approval, with the idea that we're going to come back future for a view once we have the mock-up in place. And then in the rear, we try to think, I guess there are no revisions in the rear then. It's just really those two. Yeah, just you can see the bubble there in the center. We just replaced the glass centerpiece there with the double hung windows. So
Okay.
that, I'll open it up.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Any questions for Michael at this point? Okay. Is this in Sconset Historic?
Yes, Low Beach Road.
But it's not part of the historic district.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. I didn't finish. No comments there. Okay. So what about concerns?
Mine still remains the front door. I believe that was my main concern, having a bank of 6 doors that is not a door we approve anywhere as a front door, and while the old building had a set of doors, I may be convinced to go back to a double, because it was contextually there, but not this.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Diane,
Yeah, I agree with that. That's not what we do.
I think you're in for it, Michael. Abby?
Yeah, that was the first thing that came to my mind.
Could I,
Okay.
suggest then, we're
You'll-
happy, if we're not gonna move forward with it, we're happy to change it to a set of doubles.
A set of doors and some windows on the side.
Yeah, or I have a.
Well, you guys, before we barter, let's finish
Yeah,
up.
okay.
Carrie,
I agree with the others. And that is the only thing, because I think this fits right in with down there, but with all those glass, it looks like the rear of a house.
well, I'll go along with you. How about a motion? Or you want to barter a little bit?
Well, so could I show you just an alternative?
Yeah.
Elevation?
We're here. Don't get grabby. Teasing, I'm teasing.
No, thank you.
No,
All right.
no.
So for the record, the applicant's agent is showing a picture and Val is saying, no, no, no.
No.
They're just 3 doors separated a little.
Okay, so how about you make a proposal?
I would make a motion to approve as was existing, a set of doors in the middle and windows flanking on the side.
Okay, can someone second that so we can have some
I'll
discussion?
say,
Okay.
So basically, it's gonna look like what's right above.
Correct.
No, not
Well, the second.
on any of
floor is-
these pictures.
No, on the.
She means on the
pro-
second floor.
On the proposed application, the second floor has a set of doors and 2
Oh,
windows.
yeah, I guess so.
Mhm.
Okay, and are those 6 light or are they 4 light with a panel or what?
2 of the 2s. Like they are.
No, the
there's
doors,
6, there's 6 light.
6 light to match?
Conversely, I think a large front door with 4 lights with 2 flanking windows on either side would be good. So you're not mimicking exactly what's above.
And that's what we have in the back too, on those 2 gable ends.
So Michael, you could make the argument that the back of the house was the front with respect to the front door, so it does have a front door. But we're not gonna go there because you're not gonna get the vote. Okay, so if, I just want to feel this out because there's no sense making a motion if he's gonna come back for a different change. Is that something that's gonna be acceptable, do you think, to your client, is
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
the what's on top, or
I
a
mean,
wider front door with 4 lights and flanking windows?
I think that'd be preferred if we could.
I don't understand what that is.
If you go to the
So
next sheet-
basically, a wide
Central-
front door with flanking windows versus just replicating what's on the second floor.
Yeah, if you go to the rear elevation. Or
Could you go to the rear? So it'd be.
So a set of French doors with side lights is what.
Is
No,
one
a
option.
single.
And then Carrie suggested a 4 light front door. A wide 4 light front door with.
Traditional
flanking windows.
42-inch front door with 4 lights in it and with 2 windows on either side. 2
Okay.
windows on the left and 2 windows on the right.
a more typical Nantucket door then.
The one above is a 6 light, Gary.
Yeah, let's go back to the. Sorry.
I'm not talking about a French door in the center. I'm talking about.
No, I
a
got it.
front
4 light
door,
door.
A central front door that has 4 lights in it.
Carrie suggest,
Here.
just you guys hold a second, because I want to make sure we all understand.
I'll draw
Carrie's
it.
suggesting a typical door, front door, but 4 light. And then a window on either side as an
Abby.
option. And Val is suggesting what's on the second floor as an option.
Or can we also
I
just
like
look at the
her
existing?
suggestion.
The what's on the back isn't going to
The
fly.
existing for the front?
Or what's on, or
Yeah,
existing.
yeah, yeah.
Do you have a
Panel
draw?
below.
Yeah, it's in if you look up on that sheet, I think.
Like this.
Right.
Yeah, page 10.
And then the applicant's agent would like us to look at page 10, which is existing. Can we go to page 10 in the,
Page 10.
Oh, there you go.
Because that's the double door there with the,
But not the casement.
not the
window.
casement windows. We do double hungs.
Right. So,
It seems like almost too much again.
and that's your preference is the double door with
I
flanking
think-
windows?
Yeah, I think if we get a double door, that'd be the preference.
Okay. So,
That was, I think, my first suggestion.
okay, yeah, no,
Yeah,
I'm just
it
trying to
was.
clarify yours and Carrie's.
I
so-
love her idea, though.
Yeah. Okay, how about a
Either
motion?
one.
I don't know if
We
I
got
may-
muddled.
Carrie, I love your idea, but I don't think they want that.
Yeah, no, either one works for me.
As I said, I would use the previous house as the precedent for making this decision because this is very atypical.
Mhm.
But they can have a front, the double door with windows on either side.
Okay, on your motion,
Aye.
Diane,
From what he drew, I.
Abby,
Is it a 6 light? Is the double door 6 light or what is it?
it's a 4
It's
light
a
like
a
that.
wood panel door. I
Is
thought.
it gonna be a 6 light or a 4 light?
No.
Well,
that was
the new
my
ones are all proposed to be
suggestion.
6
They
light.
don't
So
want
6
that,
light.
so-
Okay.
This is through staff, right?
Previous house,
6 light
had a
doors,
double
Abby?
door, so I'm
Kara, 6
giving
light
them
door
the
with 2
double
windows, yeah.
door.
Okay.
They can have regular
And I'm an aye.
windows on the
So just for
front.
clarification,
2/2s?
just for clarification, it's 2 6 light doors and flanked by 2 2/2
Yes,
windows.
correct.
So 2 on either side.
Panel?
Yes,
So it's like 6 across again.
No, 1 window on either side, right? Or 2?
one.
I think it should be 1.
I'll write it on the thing.
Okay. So that's what you got,
Do the
Michael.
doors have a kick panel at the bottom or are they
No, they're gonna be like
just
that, like
all
6
the way
light.
down? Okay.
Okay, we're under the garage. Excuse me for chewing and talking, but
Ah,
sometimes the agency
Gotta
brings
do
these
it.
things out in you.
what is this, the garage now?
Yep, yep.
So let's see, so the garage was kind of held until we did run updates to the main house there, but so now the original proposal was on the left, and then the revised drawings were on the right there. So the comments were to just separate the windows on the second floor out and reduce the overall scale of the garage. So we reduced the height and the width and the depth, actually. And then if you see, the only other change we made was the stair on the right, just to flip it so it wasn't in view from the driveway.
Can we get rid of those people? Sorry. Sorry, people. Okay, next sheet.
This is the existing.
And same thing on this sheet. So we just spread the windows upstairs apart.
Okay,
And then I think we removed a door on the first floor.
next sheet. And next sheet.
So there
Okay,
was the stair was
questions
just
for
like-
Michael?
No,
I'm
Concern?
not sure I understand the tiny little pieces on the first floor. It's just an odd massing on every side, with the tiny little hip roofs and second floor deck. And yeah, every side seems to have a tiny little hip roof, making it, I don't know.
Where traditionally it would be a shed roof.
A full decent shed roof. There's these little itty bitty hips everywhere, and it just seems
Okay. I get
maybe
where-
shifting. I don't know.
look at the rendering up close.
Can we, yeah, Carrie, other thoughts? Or that's your.
That's
concern?
really it. It's a massing issue. There's little complications that I don't think are necessary.
Okay, as opposed to keep repeating that, which I think it's gonna be a concern of all the members. Can I, you guys will indulge me, Michael, can you convert that, can we zoom in on the image of the rendering?
Which one are we looking at?
Mike, can you convert that hip on the shower side to make that just a shed roof that's dying into the
Sure.
plane away from the stair?
Yep.
So it
Yes.
looks more like a typical roof.
It's just that it's so tiny and they show up on every single one. I'm wondering if one of the gable masses can shift so you don't need that little hip. And then on the other side, the hip can be larger and more significant and more typical.
Right, gotcha. Okay, so that's out there for you guys to consider when we go through. Val, concerns?
I agree with Carrie.
Okay.
Yeah.
Diane,
Me too.
Abby?
Yeah, it's too finicky.
So Michael, can you shift the gable? I'm not sure which, can we go to the
We
next?
don't have a floor plan. I don't
Yeah, that
think.
would make it easier.
Yeah, so
Can
the
we go to next
gables,
illustration.
the north and east gables align with the main house, so they're talking to each other through that, the pergola that connects the two. So I think
The east
those
and the west.
those two probably make sense, but if you want to, if the back and front of it should go to a shed, that's okay with us. If that would help the massing.
So the north-south line would stay where it is, and are you suggesting you can shift the east-west? Or you're gonna change the roof, you're suggesting you'll change the roof element on the first floor? Or both?
I think we're happy to do both. We can, the first floor, if it's easier to, let's think how that works.
Is there a roof plan? I didn't see a roof plan.
I think we just need to see it differently. I think we need to, I think
Yeah.
you need to sort of remove all the little mini hips and reconfigure it. So maybe you have one side that has a hip roof that's a little bit more significant and the others just don't have it.
Okay, I hear a motion, and Michael, you understand, and I believe I hear a motion in that, Carrie.
Yeah, I motion to hold for minor revisions of hips and fussiness on the first floor.
Okay, on your motion, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
I,
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay, we're gonna move on now to the pool house.
The pool house has a very similar massing as the garage. So if we,
Did you say a similar incident?
no, it's similar massing.
Oh,
It's-
sorry.
I will say with this one, it's not visible for anywhere. It's in a little existing pool area in the back of the property, tucked away with planting all around it. So there's an existing pool house that we're going to make a 2-story instead of, well, a story and a half instead of a single story. This one, we don't have the first floor little chirps. So if this might be a little bit where we're headed with the garage then, is it's.
Yeah, it looks exactly the same.
So de-chirping. Okay, so this one doesn't have the
It doesn't have the corners
gable
cut.
offset corner.
Right.
hips. Okay, Carrie, you want to start?
I don't understand that.
These, the way the gable, the way the first and the second floor align, they don't have those little
The extra little
hip roof.
thingies, it's just at the second floor
Corner.
deck.
Go ahead, Carrie.
Yeah, it's not as bad here simply because it is only on one element and it's on the porch / second floor deck.
Right.
So I think it works much better here because it's only happening once and it's on the feature of the deck, so.
Okay,
porch deck.
thank you.
I think,
Abby?
I think this can be further simplified. I'm looking at the, what elevation is this? I don't know. I think it looks like the back of it, where you have 2 gables going into each other and they're only a foot apart. I think that could be simplified to one.
Simplified. On the
Can you
north,
scroll to see the rest of the drawings? Okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
right there.
Yep. see it.
I was looking at that.
can we go to the illustration, please? And zoom in a little?
See how that's just.
Yeah, there's a
minor drawing
footstep
thing
back
right
there.
Oh, okay, I see. So you're saying the
Yeah,
gable,
just simplify it.
connect it,
And,
flush it up.
and I'm not sure about that inset porch either. It's kind of odd.
Okay. So a
We'll
little less artistic license and a little more simplification.
Right,
Okay, Diane,
yes,
the same?
yes.
Okay, Val?
Yeah,
Okay, so how about a motion for minor revisions for simpler form?
Yeah, motion for a few revisions.
Okay, on your motion,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Val,
I,
Carrie,
Aye.
and I. Okay, thank you,
Yeah,
Michael.
thank you.
Michael, are you here on island? Or did you travel? You know, we do Zoom.
No, I was down here for a meeting.
Okay,
Maybe I can see where that.
where the action,
the
where the
real
real
action
action
is.
happens,
Thank you for waiting.
where America's most beloved TV show started. Yeah, yeah,
It's awful.
yeah.
It's awful.
He's been waiting patiently too, I might add. Okay, we're on to 79 Pacamo.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Chip, we can hear you.
Yes.
So your
Excellent.
board is, and Abby, you're actually chairing this, so I'm just going to zip it.
But you're on it, Stephen.
I am,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
Okay. If I can share the screen, I'd love to walk everyone through it, please.
Stretch my legs, I'm still here.
where's the motherfucking front elevation?
Okay. It looks like I am now in 3, 2, 1, sharing the screen. And let me know if that comes up okay. We should be looking at the site plan.
Yep, there it is.
Okay.
Go ahead, Chip.
So, all right. Hello, everyone. Chip Webster on behalf of the applicant. This is an application for a widow's walk and some minor fenestration changes on an existing approved main house at 79 Pacoma. You can see on the site plan, the front of the house is just over 140 feet back from the road. And this is one where we had come in for an initial widow's walk that is showing in the upper left corner. And the feeling of the board was it was too small. I believe someone called it a tiny hat on top of the house. So then we came back with one that was wider and the board felt it was too wide. So at the last round, so now we've come back with something that's in between. It was also noted that it should be 3 bays instead of 2. And it was also, Stephen mentioned that the chimneys on our previous design needed to come 2 feet up above the rail. And then some of the members suggested that some corbelling on the chimneys would also be nice. There was also a comment from a couple of members of the board of maybe it should have one of the chimneys removed. So in the middle drawing on the upper right, we're showing an option with one removed. Personally, I kind of think it looks like it's missing a tooth or something, but we did want to provide that. So again, this is the in-between option where the last was too big, the first was too small, and hopefully this one is just right. And we have also, as you can see, clouded some of the minor fenestration changes that were as a result of fine tuning the floor plan along the way. So I turn over the board for comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chip. Ollie, are you on this one? No. Board members.
I have a question for Chip.
Yes.
What's different in the dormer windows? Is the dormer wider or?
No, they're just moved a few inches on the second floor. It was
Yeah,
a pretty minor modification.
Okay.
And then on the first floor, you can see same thing on the left, they're spaced out a little differently, and on the right, we
those
pulled them
were
together.
obvious, but the dormers
Yeah.
weren't.
Yeah.
I
Yes.
think that the roof walk size is now seems more appropriate. But what I didn't notice before, and I reserve what my fellow inmates here come up with. The chimney seems so far away from the roof walk, it's kind of odd. Like, aren't roof walks generally Butt it up
Closer.
to a chimney.
Yeah, I'd put the two back. What do you think?
So anyway, those are my comments. That's it.
Okay, I'll go.
Any fenestration comments?
No.
Are you leading?
Thank you, Val.
All
No,
right.
I did, because
I'm teasing.
Diane,
Yeah, I think Chip's right. It looks weird with only one chimney. Looks like we forgot it. I think the two should be back. And I don't know whether you can, what you've got inside, whether you can move them closer to the roof walk or make
The
roof
answer would
walk
be
6
yes.
inches. Make the-
Yes, we could.
Yeah, because that would sort of balance all the windows down below. And it looks, I can't tell, all those windows on the first floor in the center, are they French doors?
No. So that center door is a 6-panel wood door with 2 side lights that are the typical 3 side lights with the wood panel at the bottom.
No, the first floor of the north.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. I like. the
Sorry. Let
first
me go to the
floor
north.
on the-
So is that,
I think
so
they should
that,
have- Are they French doors?
No, they open.
no, so those doors on the first floor on the south are a sliding door system, but that was already approved at the original design.
Okay, and so that's the north side, right? Which-
Correct.
Okay, and so they don't need kick panels at the bottom to give them some strength.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's all right. I think I don't know, if you move the chimneys and stuff, I guess it would be okay. I think there's a lot of windows, but it's out there. Apocalypse probably hard to see on the west elevation and stuff. So that would be it for right now.
thank you, Diane, Stephen.
Okay, Chip, so I heard the too big, too little in the middle, but I'm looking at the south elevation and what was previously proposed and what's there now, and the width relative to the windows below is the same. So that's a concern.
Can I comment quickly? So the upper one, this original submission, the one that was too small, I'm not showing here the interim. The interim one kind of went almost chimney to chimney. And then I think so this one is a middle between them. And I do agree with the board that in bringing it in, I think we should bring the chimneys in as well, which we could accomplish.
So Chip, I'll get to that in a minute, please. What's the significance of the smaller drawing in the middle, which would typically be the interim?
That was, it was suggested that maybe we should remove one of the chimneys. So I was showing that as an alternate. You can see that little drawing in the middle is missing the right-hand chimney.
Okay, so my thoughts on this primarily with respect to the south is that the roof walk should be thinner left to right by probably at least a foot on each side, and the chimneys could also come in. But are these faux or real?
Well, they're real, but they're for gas fireplaces. That's why we could move them.
Okay, yeah, I just was
Yeah.
kind of curious the
Yeah.
logistics.
Yeah. So that we could move them out.
So the significance of that comment is on the north, it would be the same. On the east and the west, there'd be no difference. The other thing, I mentioned this before, is I think that this would benefit from being skirtless and having brackets. It's less of a hat that way. But in any event, those are my comments. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Carrie,
I I can't get past the fact that the skirt is so long underneath the deck to the roof.
Yeah.
It's like, the proportion is so off for me. It's like all I can focus on. And so, and I don't know how to do that. It wouldn't be like that if it was not a gable forward, but the gable forward and the width of that roof walk brings the legs down so far that it's very unusual. The double chimneys also, if you bring them in, that is something we never see, is double chimneys butting up against a roof walk this high with this long legs. It's just, to me, it's very awkward. So, and I don't know what the solution is, but yeah, I like the idea of bringing one of the chimneys in. Maybe the other one goes to the end of the building. I don't know. It seems like the whole focal point is the roof walk now and chimneys. So
Can I amend my comment?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I think Carrie, you're right. Looking at those chimneys, I guess I just got swept away with trying to hide this thing. I think they'd be more appropriate to the sides. In addition to that, moving them further away would allow you to reduce them significantly in height, which is much more appropriate.
Yeah, yeah.
This looks, yeah, the focal point is really the height of those chimneys and the roof walk, which is not typical or appropriate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, okay, did you get the consensus there, Chip?
Yeah, so there was a couple of interesting comments. I think I agree with the most recent comments that if we move the chimneys out, and maybe they're centered above those gables that are on the front elevation, they'd be far enough away that they could drop down.
centered over a dormer?
Well, no, though. So they wouldn't. Yeah. See the two window dormers to
Go
the left and
ends
right.
of those masses.
Oh, the
center them on a
ends.
dormer. I would
Oh,
go
you
all the
want
way
you.
to the
Got it. Okay.
end of
I'm with
that
you.
middle mass, but one of them might butt up to the roof walk. Maybe that will help. I don't know. Maybe the skirt not being a skirt. Is this all white?
It could be natural. It's approved for white, but maybe this skirt is and the walker natural.
Right. The skirt.
I think no skirt.
Well,
It's tough. I mean, it's not an easy situation because there's the static nature of the pure symmetry. And then we have the more dynamic roof walk that's up there, and then the chimneys left, right, centered, like, yeah.
Well, what I've got a suggestion. What if we moved them all the way out to the ends of that middle mass, and then they dropped, several feet, and then we went with all natural for the widow's walk.
I think that would look very natural and normal.
All natural in the purest form. Skip,
And the
meaning
chimneys
skirt
come
becomes
down,
hair.
the chimneys come down in
All-
height, so they're not.
Yeah, chimneys come down in height. They go to the ends of that middle mass,
And they're brick.
all natural in its purest form, meaning all pieces.
And the chimneys are brick, not painted white.
Chimneys are brick, not white.
Okay,
Okay.
so,
I can see it.
Chip, you made that motion?
If I could, I would, but I'll let someone else.
Carrie, did you make that motion?
No, because I'm not 100. I hate to do this to you, Chip, but I really want to see it in case the chimneys are funky.
You want to make a motion for revisions then? Somebody.
I'll make a motion for revisions.
Okay, minor
revisions.
To the chimneys.
to the chimneys and the.
And the widow's walk, all natural in its purest sense, and the chimneys moved out to the ends and brought down.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And no skirt and not as wide roof walk.
All in favor of Chip's motion? Val?
I agree with Steve.
What was that?
Not as wide, because then the legs won't be as long, and some should be open. It should be open.
Did you get that, Chip?
Well, gosh.
Might have to-
I thought if it was all
It's
natural.
okay,
it
Chip.
would-
You can revise your motion.
Yeah. Do what you think is best, but we've got a motion
okay.
on the floor. Val on the motion.
Aye.
And Diane.
Aye.
Carrie.
Aye.
Stephen.
A no.
And you're a no, and I'm an aye.
Okay.
So we'll see you soon.
We'll see you soon. Hey, can I do, I could do this quickly. Could we look at it next week?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then while it's all fresh in our minds.
Let me just check, if you don't mind. How does that work with you guys?
What?
If he presents Tuesday, we've got two, this will be the second one.
I think it's fair because we're asking him to show it to us.
No, I'm just asking staff how that works with their current workload.
That's fine, as long as I can get the stuff by Friday.
Okay, so Friday by noon, Chip.
You got it.
Okay,
Great,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Have a great evening or remainder
You
of
too.
the evening. All right,
Too.
bye-bye. Oh, I
Hey,
need
Lisa.
to stop. I need to stop sharing. How do I stop sharing?
Yes, because you could easily overshare as it gets later.
No, but I,
You're
can
still
you stop my
sharing.
sharing on your side? I know, I'm trying to find the stop share.
Always,
You're
just
good.
What's
pick
happening?
anyone.
Good
You're
night,
all set, Chip.
Okay, so we're on to 41.
All right.
Good night. Say good night, Chip.
Good night. Bye-bye.
That's not the
Goodbye.
submission, though.
Goodbye.
The original submission.
Start with the
Yeah.
original.
Okay, so we're on to 41 Halbert Ave. The board is myself, Abby, Val. Jesse, are you still here?
I am.
Excellent. Thanks for hanging in there. Our alternates, we love you guys. And Carrie. Lisa, why don't you go ahead and present when you got it up?
Okay, so this was last heard on January 15th. The major concerns were the height of the building in terms of at the time, and we had a roof walk on the building. So we've removed the roof walk, and the roof walk was on the mast closer to Holbert Avenue, not on the mast facing the water. We removed the roof walk and we lowered the building, I think 16 inches. And then I think those were the major revisions. And we provided the streetscape, which was something that the board had requested.
Anything else?
No,
Okay.
that's it.
Questions? Nope. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a circa 2005 structure within the Brant Point neighborhood. We have received a elevation certificate from an engineer. This is an AE9. It's going to be elevated 3 feet. And we did receive the streetscape, as Lisa had mentioned. The streetscape is very helpful and appreciative. The foundation will be exposed, however, and it should be in line with its abutters, with skirting to be appropriate. Shed dormer is also more appropriate, and thank you, appreciate that. I do want to leave that notation about this, the foundation and a possible skirting to the commission to think about, if you will, in lines with Resilient Nantucket. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Anyone from the public?
I
Angus?
have- Thank you, Mr. Chair. When you're looking at the proposed streetscape, you can see that the widest, highest front forward gable is what is proposed compared to the neighbors. And the original mass of the structure is the water side. So our comments are that the massing still feels awkward. The rear street side mass should be subordinate to the front mass. Instead, it overwhelms it and still has an awkward connection to the main mass. As you can see in the east and west elevations, there's a high part and then it drops. It's kind of a little bit deceptive in the south elevation because it looks like that gable runs all the way into the main gable. And the third floor is too massive and dominates the entire house. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Questions?
Can you scroll down to see the side elevations? Thanks.
Carrie, you want to start?
Yes, I agree with the third floor overtaking. In fact, the whole rear piece. I'm considering the front, the water side. So the rear, which is Hulbert side. The second floor plate is taller, higher. Oh, sorry, you want to go back to the streetscape? Is higher than any other plate, even the dormer plates of the buildings next door. And that it just, so it reads way more massive. Can you scroll down, please, to the streetscape? I think that's a really helpful illustration. So yeah, I think the existing building, the existing Hulbert elevation, if you raise that and create your second floor with dormers, it's all there, but you're also getting the smaller mass on the front, kind of like what your previously submitted building was doing, but your how do I describe this? I just think you should work with the elevation of the existing and raise that and see if you can make it work, because there's dormers on it. They don't have to be third floor dormers. I think third floor dormers on this building really doesn't work at all. It's hard to describe what I'm talking about. I don't mind a roof walk on the main mast towards the water.
And your comments, Carrie, just for clarification, are
Primarily the
with respect
Hulbert
to
side.
the existing.
Yeah, and look at simply raising that. If it has to even go up a little bit higher than simply the 3 feet or whatever is the required, you might get more of your program on the second floor. But I just think third floor program on this building is nuts.
Okay, I think that you're pretty clear about that.
Sorry, but nobody else.
No, that's why we're here.
Third floor dormers on any of these buildings, and it just reads as way more massive.
Okay, thank you. Val?
Wow, I went down there today, took my mother for a little ride and rode around the hood, and I was thinking, this is great. It looks like a lot of things that are there. And what dawned on me was the pieces of the buildings that are closer to the water are higher than the ones on the street. And I thought it was okay. I still think it's okay. I appreciate the changes.
Okay. Diane?
I've done on it.
I don't think Diane's on it.
Oh. Course correction. Abby?
Yeah, I think well, I'm more with Carrie on this, that the Hulbert Ave end of this building should be lower, and because the front is on the water. And I think it's very odd indicated at that chimney where I think it's correct on the water side to the left, but then it comes right off the top and goes back to make those 3 window dormers. And I think that's where the trouble starts. That should be the same line going towards Hulbert. It should have the same roof line. At that chimney, see where it breaks? I think that looks odd.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jesse?
Is it correct that the 45, I'm sorry, can we go back to the streetscape? Sorry. The 45 and 43 Hulbert Ave, the homes have already been lifted?
Yes.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
And then 39 hasn't.
39 has.
Oh, it has.
Yeah, it's just the skirt, we ran the skirt board down, just like on the boathouse where the shingles run down lower, as Holly pointed
Okay.
out. The foundation skirting is run lower, but those buildings were lifted.
It just be so. It's higher than all the other buildings. by a little bit. The other thing is, could we look at the elevations again, please? I like the first floor shed dormer better than the roof overhang on this one, or I guess it would be hip roof on this with the porch. But then I'm sure it's because you were doing something different for the third floor. But that's my comment on the south elevation. So certainly not a deal breaker, but I do like the double massing of two dormers forwarding towards you than that little hip roof coming off.
You mean two gables, Jesse?
Gables,
Gables.
Yeah.
Gables, sorry, my bad, sorry. And then next elevation, please. And yeah, this is the one that really sticks out. And Val's point is valid that it's kind of in the back, right, where you don't see this as much because it's on the water side.
This is on the Hulbert side.
This is the side of the building.
Yeah.
It's alongside the neighbors,
Which are all,
it's very close together.
But the three dormers are on the Hulbert side. And the
the
third
the
floor.
dormer with the three windows.
Yeah, that's on the.
No, that's facing the side. The
Right,
gable
right. No,
faces
but I
Holbert.
mean,
They're so high.
Closer
up
to
there,
Holbert.
you're gonna see them.
Closer to Holbert, yes.
So let's take turns, guys. Jesse, go ahead.
Next elevation, please. I don't mind this elevation. If there's some way we could, I know it's hard to do, with Title V and all, but to somehow reduce the lift of that vertical board. But overall, I mean, giving this that is the situation, this looks fine. So overall, I think I'm okay with the application. But in any way that we can reduce the height or make it look like it's shorter would be helpful. Given that it's a Title V situation, I know that's hard to do. So, but that's my comment. Thank you.
No, not title. I think he means
FEMA.
FEMA. Title V is septic.
It's all right.
That's okay. We knew what you
It's been
meant.
a 15-hour day. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I gotcha, brother.
Yeah,
So,
we know.
Thank you, Jesse. Can you tell us who is the HCC member in training to your right? It looks like there's somebody sitting there with you.
Oh, that's my son, Current. Yeah.
Okay. He's in training. Okay.
Yeah, he could probably do better than me right now.
All right, can we go back to the streetscape? Thanks. So I think this is, I recognize what's being said. I think that this elevation as currently proposed is more successful than the prior two. And what I mean by that is it's a simpler form, more typical, simple form. It is a little wider and taller on the second floor. My comments when I previewed this was that comments would be too tall and dormer issues. And that seems to be the case. I think for me, if this is appropriate, I don't love it, but it's appropriate. And if the second floor top plate mass facing Hulbert the top plate could be lowered, and then that makes the dormers, that makes the dormers a little less perhaps of a concern, and if not, then the dormers would go. But I think that this would be acceptable on this elevation. The elevation, that's the south, right? Yeah. The north elevation, I think, is lovely, charming, very typical, appropriate. I'm not as concerned about the east or the west, given the neighboring structures.
I have a question for you because I think we want to get started on the foundation primarily. Because I do think it's going to need a lot of study to take the comments. And I was wondering, would it be appropriate I did submit a set of drawings that are option one, that Esmeralda first put up, which is the existing building just put up on the new foundation at the new height with some minor fenestration changes. That way we get the foundation started, and then I would come back with a new application incorporating some of the comments from tonight.
So just to be clear, from my own understanding, you're asking for potentially an approval of the existing structure or to mimic the existing structure. Which one is it?
Well, if you can open option one as Esmeralda, it's the existing structure raised, but with some fenestration changes and massing changes that incorporate some of the plan changes we had proposed.
And this is a new submission, or we previously?
This is a new one. This is option one, which is basically the existing massing.
Okay.
Just
so-
raised up.
All right, so I think, given the fact that we're at 8:30 something and we're in this knee deep, I would ask that we kind of just muscle through this.
Yeah.
It is supplemental information to the table, which we're kind of frowning upon, but
Oh, okay.
it's also an existing structure that you're looking to make minor modifications to. So I just want to be clear for the sake
Right.
of fair and even processing. It's not like you're putting in a whole new drawing and asking us to review.
No, it's really mainly to lift
Yeah.
the structure and to include the bay that got enclosed under the porch on the front,
All right,
on the
now,
north side.
Lisa, does this show
There should be
does
4
the
sheets.
packet you show the existing also, or no?
No, this is not, that is the existing.
Right.
But with modifications.
Yeah, which
Right,
is
so
right
we
there.
don't
You see
have-
the bay that's enclosed on the left side.
Mhm.
It's bubbled. That's being enclosed as new program. Right now it's open porch.
Okay,
Those are really, and the fenestration changes on that side are really the only changes other than the lift.
okay, so we'll go to the next elevation.
That's all the same other than the
So
lift.
that's the fill in, and then the front on the south is the windows. What's in the center?
There was a mechanical room. Is that the one where the
Access.
door is?
Yeah, I think it says mechanical.
Yeah. I
And
just
then-
don't know how we're going to deal with that yet. Again, we're just focusing on getting the foundation in.
And then what are the changes on the right?
That's where the kitchen, that's where the addition got enclosed. That's a porch now.
Okay, so that's the extension, and then, okay.
Yeah.
How about the next elevation? This is just informational at this point.
That's the roadside. That should
Yeah,
be
you
the
can
same.
look too at what she put in for today. Each facade has the existing.
Right. Okay. East, didn't we just do the east,
Is there a west?
north?
West. So that's all existing.
And then the change here with the triple?
That was there. the
That's
triple-
there. It's just, what does the note say, Stephen? I can't
read it.
Well, from this, you took away those batten doors in the middle.
Yes,
were
that was the mechanical. Yeah,
And you closed in under the porch.
which is far left.
Okay.
And that was it.
All right, is there anyone who's not comfortable, who has concerns?
Mr.
No, I'm
Mr.
comfortable
Chair,
with this.
Holly?
my main concern is just how the foundation looks. It would be, I guess, just what, concrete? It
Well, we
just
would
be-
carry it down to match the boathouse, which is on the same property that you guys have already approved. If you go back to the streetscape, we brought the shingle course down, the shingles down.
As,
another
could you go to
foot.
that front elevation?
Yeah,
Please.
I'd be a little bit concerned about that.
It's just, as you can see, I mean, because you have,
The other one.
the self.
Yeah.
The streetscape.
There
Thank you.
go.
Right there. No, right there. Looking at it, you have the front porch with the vertical boards,
Mhm.
and then it's just concrete. And I do think it that needs to be masked, because right now that technically, I understand, is being elevated to 3 feet. I'm curious on if there's going to be venting to meet FEMA. That would be a question for all of it, but really and truly, it should be consistent throughout, in my opinion, to follow Resilient Nantucket.
Mr. Chair, if I could
that's
add,
about
since a new plan is being presented, that I agree with Holly's comments that there needing to be a skirt underneath the house.
Okay, thank you, Angus. So that's about 56 inches, just to be clear. Any other concerns about the skirt?
No, I think it would be helpful to go to the existing streetscapes to see what
Can we
they,
go to the existing streetscape of the other drawing?
or to show what you did there, right?
Well, we got approved on the boathouse.
Is that the thing with the circle on the top?
Yes. That has
So
been,
see the
that's,
middle, how it's
yeah.
elevated?
Yeah.
We brought the shingles down. You gave us approval with bringing the shingles down further. So that floor level is at the same level as the
Can you
house
zoom
that
in on
left.
that? Can you take it up
The
3
middle,
clicks?
the middle, right?
Yeah, that one. No. Well, if you want to go to the proposed, you can go
Oh,
to,
yeah,
go to the next one, the middle one, sorry, as.
Go to the middle one because it's closest.
It's
next
hard
one
because
down.
it's the existing
Right there,
house
right there.
moving up at what she
Right.
did to the.
Oh, one more down, sorry. Oh, it's hard, it's a combination, yeah.
So can you zoom out slightly? What we're going to try and capture now is the bottom drawing and the one above it. The existing and the previously submitted. And so it's going to be this structure at that elevation, and it's proposed with the drop shingles on the right
That's right.
side, which is the.
And showing the vents
And-
where we need them.
Showing the.
Mr. Chair, I have a further
Yeah, go ahead.
question. Thank you. So you had mentioned it's 56 inches above,
Yeah,
but I was under the impression, based on the information that the structure was being raised 3 feet.
No, it's being
Um,
raised to elevation 10. It doesn't look like three
3
feet.
feet plus what it already was, right?
Probably, yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
so
going to
it's-
elevation 10. I don't know the
Yeah,
grade
I
out
just
there.
did a stair count and figure 8 inches a stair. There's 7 stairs, so.
It might be at elevation 5.5 now. I mean, it's going up
Okay.
quite a bit.
I mean, and again, that's why having that information, especially for an existing as built building, having the elevation and showing the BFE and DFE
I can
on
add that.
the elevations are important. But yeah.
I do agree with Holly, I think, about the batten, like, look, that matches the porch. Because the garage doesn't have, or boathouse doesn't have anything
Mhm.
that ties into that, but the house does with the porch. So I think that would be better there than an extra few feet of shingles. It would look significant.
Yeah, we could bring the water table around.
Yeah, and you know what? Why don't we do this, Lisa? Why don't we just go through with a motion with the vertical board and
Okay.
then
Well, I'm going to come back,
you're
but
gonna
that
come
would be
back
great.
anyways, so instead of getting
Yeah.
too detailed with it.
That's fine.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the
It's called-
existing house lift,
Yeah, it's called option 1 and.
option 1
Yeah.
through staff.
You want me to give you 4 copies of it?
Yeah, Esme, please. And then, not to give her something to do as she's walking out the door, but, and then, Val, on your motion,
Aye.
Diane,
I'm not on it.
oh,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
aye, Carrie,
Aye.
Jesse,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. All right, you guys, we got through a big chunk. I didn't, oh, gotcha. I wish we signed some approvals, though. What did we do, like 5 or 6 tonight of all these?
Yeah, no, we did more than 5.
there's no meeting Thursday, right? It's just Tuesday.
It's just their old business, so we're gonna have them back.
There's
Good night.
certain applications that take twice as long as.
Yeah,
others.
twice as long as the longest possible time it could be. It's getting into my bedtime.
Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Good night, Jesse. Thank you. Thanks to your assistant. Motion to
Right,
adjourn.
thank you.
Connie,
Oh, aye.
your motion,
Oh, I motion to adjourn.
on your motion.
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm an
You
aye.
have to sign.